Oh man, the music's like a little different and stuff. This is a different video too. What's going on? Just keeping it fresh for y'all. Keeping it fresh. Thanks to all the patrons. By the way, just put up a fresh Discord link. I'll bring the music down a little bit. Just put up a fresh Discord link, both for YouTube Squishers and patron members. So if you're not in the Discord, come on in. It's the safe place to talk about ice and fire, where everybody's nice. Isn't that refreshing? Yes, it is. It is. The internet can be mean. Can be a mean place. Where are we? Hey, friends. It's me and Sean. Sean here with 1,000 voices, bringing your voice to the program. Thank you very much. And you're muted. Starting off strong here.
Yep. Well, I wanted to get that out of the way early just to show that I belong here. Excited to be here as always, church on Sunday, and really excited. Just finished filming my video on Egyptian mythology and Dune. Now you're muted.
What? Oh, well, now we're both baptized. And you know what? What's that? Is there? I'm here to knock at the door. Let me see here. Oh, it's Grey Waste Tim. Gosh, Tim, it looks like you. No, Tim, we weren't going to talk about Blackfyre history without you. So glad you got my invite. Yeah, hey, how's it going?
You were going to talk Blackfyre history and Aegon III, my favorite king.
No, Tim, no, never. We wouldn't dream of that. Hi, hey, so nice that you showed up, coincidentally, here. No, it's like, Tim is here. He did text me just before the stream, was like, oh, by the way, I'm free. And I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I got home a lot earlier than I expected today, so never mind what I said before. I am available.
The level of treason on the stream just started increasing a little bit. So it's 3 Men in a World book today. We're going to talk about the history from House of the Dragon to Night of the Seven Kingdoms. So it's the in-between, just to refresh us on, what happened from one to the other. So we will have some House of the Dragon spoilers. We're going to start after the war. There will be some aftermath, which will reference stuff that happened in the war. It'll be the book version of the war. It does seem increasingly that this season we will see, more changes from the book path. That's to be expected. So who knows where we're going to end up. But if you don't want any House of the Dragon spoilers and you haven't read Fire and Blood, you should go watch my Ashai video or, Tim's Ashai video or something on Sean's channel. And their channels will be linked in the description below. Tim, I need to add you. But Grey Waste Tim is how you find Grey Waste Tim. This will be a spoiler Targaryen history stream. Because we're starting right after the dance. So year 131, Aegon III, that's Rhaenyra and Daemon's eldest. So that's whose reign we're starting with. And that's what we're doing today. So I think it'll be lots of fun. We may not have as many silly voices, but it will definitely be some great history. And we're going from, this is, how the Targs lost their dragons. Obviously, the war is a big part of it. But they still have a few dragons at the end. So we're going to, end that. And famously, maybe this would be a good starting off point. Sean, I know you collected a couple of quotes from the main books where people are referencing this history. And the one I think of is Ser Arlan of Pennytree. He saw the last dragon in King's Landing, didn't he?
Yeah, that's going to be in the Dunk and Egg series. We see it mentioned. Dunk really loves to think back on Ser Arlan. He's a very large looming figure, even though we technically don't really even see him on page.
Yeah, and the TV show did cast somebody to play Ser Arlan, so it seems like we'll see those flashbacks, which is good, because otherwise we wouldn't get him. We wouldn't get the inner monologue flashbacks. It is very important. And of course, Ser Arlan is, in his 50s, maybe 60s by the time he dies there. Did they say his age, or Tim, do you know?
I don't think they ever specifically said his age. He just refers to him as the old man.
I think 60s is a safe bet. So at some point when he was young, he saw the last dragon in King's Landing, which was, a stunted thing or something like that. Do you have the quote by any chance?
Yeah, I can get it. I think also they mentioned that he was closer to 60 than 50.
Okay.
Yeah, he would have to have seen the last dragon.
We'll be polite. We don't need to pin it down. It's fine. We'll respect, the dead. So so that's just let me know when you got it, I guess, because that's a pretty tasty one. But that's kind of where we're going with this.
Yeah, I have it.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so here we go. He sat naked under the elm while he dried. He sat naked under the elm while he dried, enjoying the warmth of the spring air on his skin as he watched a dragonfly move lazily among the reeds. Why would they name it a dragonfly? He wondered. It looks nothing like a dragon. Not that Dunk had ever seen a dragon. The old man had, though. Dunk had heard the story 100 times. How Ser Arlan had been just a little boy when his grandfather had taken him to King's Landing, and how they'd seen the last dragon there the year before it died. She'd been a green female, small and stunted, her wings withered. None of her eggs had ever hatched. Some say King Aegon poisoned her, the old man would tell. The third Aegon, that would be. Not King Darren's father, but the one they named Dragonbane, or Ser Aegon the Unlucky. He was afraid of dragons, for he'd seen his uncle's beast devour his own mother. The summers have been shorter since the last dragon died, and the winters longer and crueler. Muted.
Sorry, we're professionals. I swear, I promise. Tim's the only one who hasn't muted himself yet. Again, I will just repeat. Spoilers, House of the Dragon spoilers. If you don't know the history of House of the Dragon and you don't want to know how Rhaenyra dies, things like that, this is your last chance. We're going to talk about that right now. So now that this is said, I just don't want anybody yelling at me. So this is a reference this is one of the first things that George brainstormed about the Dance of the Dragons, wouldn't it? It wouldn't it be, Tim?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like what would?
Because this is the Hedge Knight, and he's barely really decided much of anything about Targaryen history, but he knows there's somebody that got eaten by her brother's dragon, and the Dragonbane, and all this stuff,
Yeah. Yeah, because it's hard to know like how much of this George had in advance and how much became, okay, now I have gaps in my history to fill. But we know that George is a gardener, so plant that seed and then come back to it later when the time is right. That tends to be how his writing goes.
It seems like the impetus was that there was some civil war. The Targaryens, they used their dragons against each other, and this is why the dragons are gone. The next king was the Dragonbane, under whose reign the last dragon was around. The little green thing whose eggs didn't hatch. So they lost the mojo here. George always intended it for it to be a civil war of some kind. And so that ended up being the Dance of the Dragons, essentially. This is another reason why the people on the internet are bad and wrong, politely, I'll just point out, for doing the Team Green, Team Black stuff. I mean, they're playing exactly into what the TV show is trying to get them to do. So bad and wrong might not be the right words. But the whole point of the show is that they're trying to trick you into rooting for one of the teams when the larger view is like, this is House Targaryen eating itself. But, obviously we're going to assign blame to different people as more this person's fault. And that is fine. I did a stream, I was bad and dumb, and I sat there and blamed different people. But point is, George brainstormed it as, civil wars are how countries tear themselves apart. Like, nothing good ever comes out of a civil war, right?
Mm-hmm. You're muted, Sean.
Train wreck. This thing
Yep. Yeah, you look at when we had a civil war, and it was the country trying to split itself apart. We were able to keep it together and end slavery, both very important things.
And everything was happily ever after.
Yeah. Well, we obviously don't want to go into the history and maybe some of the mistakes we made vis-a-vis slavery
Mistakes were made.
It's
and
more
how
it's more the it's more the fact that for a civil war to happen in the first place means that something was fundamentally wrong with the structure to begin with, because 6 thriving countries don't have civil wars.
Yeah, and I'll probably, since we sort of opened the can, I will try to politely close the can and ask the chat, let's not spiral off into America doomerism or history lessons or anything. I'm sorry, we did. The point is, civil wars aren't good, so we'll try to keep the focus on the dragons here. But that is a great quote to get into the action. This is in the Hedge Knight. We've referenced both Aegon III, the last dragon, the name Dragonsbane, Rhaenyra's death. So let's go ahead and get into it. And Tim, why don't you start us off, you party crasher?
Yes, and those of you who attended my Abomination stream, you know what to do every time Aegon III was mentioned. Even though I'm here today, I'm not calling off what I told you to do. When Aegon the Younger came to the Iron Throne in 131 AC as Aegon III, after the death of his uncle Aegon II, the realm may well have thought that its troubles were done. Aegon III's supporters had defeated the last of Aegon II's host at the Battle of the King's Road and had full control of King's Landing. The Velaryon fleet once more served the throne, and the sea would surely help to guide the young king. But these hopes were built in sand, and this period was soon known as the False Dawn. Aegon II had sent men across the narrow sea in search of sellswords, and none knew when or if.
Sorry, I was having mic issues. Go ahead.
Yeah. When or if those would return to avenge their king. In the west, the Red Kraken and his reavers ravished Fair Isle and the western coasts, and a terrible hard winter, first declared by the Conclave in Old Town in 130 AC on Maiden's Day, had taken a firm grip on the realm and would last for 6 cruel years.
So here's Mother Nature punishing everyone. It's like, oh, you went to war with each other. That was bad. So here's a 6-year winter. Because remember, the winters, they don't know. Could be a year, could be 2 years. 6-year winter is not, that's long. They're wondering if the White Walkers are going to show up at that point. So.
Well, and kind of an interesting point here is that we keep seeing patterns repeat themselves. So we talk about, you have this Civil War, Dance of the Dragons. The Blackfyre Rebellions were also civil wars. And then Robert's Rebellion was another civil war. And right here, they're mentioning the false dawn. During Robert's Rebellion, we had the false spring. And from a symbolic perspective, it's the same thing. Spring is the end of winter. Dawn is the end of night. They call this long extended winter the long night. They're meant to be viewed the same way. Spring and summer is the day. Fall and winter is, nightfall on the night.
I wonder if there's a specific wrinkle in the long night action that George has in mind here that he's describing, this false dawn moment. Maybe we'll see a version of that at the end of the story. Like we think we've won and then something turns or whatever. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I've always thought so, just because when you say the war for the dawn doesn't happen before the dawn comes. The war for the dawn is everybody fighting over the new world that exists. Yeah. So the long night ends and now we're all going to fight about it. It's kind of the same thing we're going to see when the others are defeated. We're going to see the war for the dawn as, it's essentially George's scourging of the Shire. Like the remaining human parties have to fight.
I wonder if there's sorry, go ahead, Tim.
That's what I was going to mention, the exact same thing, that the war, when George invokes Tolkien, it doesn't end with the downfall of Sauron. We still have to do the scouring of the Shire. And I do think the same thing will happen in here. Even when the others are defeated, there's still going to be those last loose ends to tie up. Just because you think it's over doesn't mean it's completely over.
I wonder if it's also like an archetypal character, like the Antichrist, the false dawn, the false spring. Like maybe we should think about it that way. Because dawn is a white sword. There's a bunch of black swords. That could be like part of the Blackfyre identity, false dawn, something. I don't know.
Well, and if you win the war for the dawn, you defeat that character. I agree. I think there's a character, and it's kind of the archetype of Sword of the Evening that gets
Dark
defeated.
Star, right? Yeah, I was thinking about Dark Star exactly. because he looks almost the part, but he's rotten, you know.
Yeah, and I don't want to get into a whole tangent on like
Well, false
etymology.
dawn. Yeah, no, he's going to be the fake Sword of the Morning. That's it. That's
Right.
it exactly. Yeah. Okay.
Well, and Vorian Dane before him is very much doing a lot of the same things.
Yeah. Did you like my Vorn Tolkienic? Yeah, you did. You did like that. All right. There it is. And by the way, you guys probably saw, but there was a Night of the Seven Kingdoms trailer came out last week, and I did a trailer breakdown and an Aerion Brightflame character preview video. Those are in the video feed. Thank you for watching. And this is Night of the Seven Kingdoms adjacent, so I thought it'd be kind of a cool thing to do without just beating the 2 minutes of preview that we had into just absolute pulp here, you know. But if there are any random Night of the Seven Kingdoms questions that you guys want to throw in the chat or a super chat even, then we could take those. So yes. That being said, let's go back to where we were. So yeah, false dawn. That's definitely makes me think of Euron too, like the smiling eye, the smile that you don't want to see. You know, he's going to be potentially the third head of the dragon. I think all three of us think Euron is going to be the third head of the dragon. It's going to have to do with him stealing a dragon. Even though he's not a Valyrian, he's going to be, again, like a fake one, like, like an evil hero. So I like it. So we got a winter is declared. Ironborn are reaving again. And remember, the Ironborn, mostly after Aegon's conquest, Tim, do not reave. Every once in a while, they break out, they backslide into the old way and start reaving again. Like Balon did that. And so Red Kraken is doing that here, right?
Yeah, exactly. Red Kraken, Dalton Greyjoy is taking advantage of the situation during the war. Both sides are courting Dalton. He ends up siding with the Blacks because he likes what Daemon offers him, because it's something that's more in line with what Ironborn do as compared to the Greens, who wanted him to be master of ships.
Because they asked him to raid the Westerlands, basically, and he's like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
It turns out that's on my."
Yeah, it's like, I hear you. That, like, don't worry, I was planning to do that anyway. Whereas the Greens wanted him to be more of a proper lord, come onto the small council, and it's like, and it's Dalton Greyjoy is like, he's the type of guy who's like, well, that means I have to wear a suit and go into the office. I don't want to do that. So Daemon's offer is a lot better for him in his mind. But after the war ends, the problem is Dalton Greyjoy doesn't stop. I didn't hear no bell. He just keeps raiding and reaving, and so he becomes a problem.
Yeah, so they invited him to participate, and he said this meeting could have been an email, and he flipped the table over.
Yeah,
exactly.
By the way, I was not consulting my "What Would Ned Do" wristband. I was looking at my quarterback play sheet. I had a whole play sheet there, but the Ironborn play sheet is like reave. It just says pillage and rape. That's it.
They're consistent. Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of something that we saw in the show that I never really felt like was going to be in the books, where they have Euron, who's really more Victarion than Euron, picking a side in the battle at the end. And he's not going to. That's not Euron. Euron is on his own side. And aside from that, I think, just something to bring up, like with him being a third head of the dragon, we keep seeing Aeron thinking of him with the rusted hinge, right? And it's super brutal and, something we don't want to get into too much. But he's going to be riding a dragon, and it's going to be Viserion, a whited dragon in all likelihood, that's going to take down the wall, which is a hinge of the world. So it's going to be screaming and taking down the wall at a hinge of the world. So we got the screaming hinge Euron as the third head of the dragon.
And there's that bit about the legend about the crone. One of the things we know about the crone of the Maiden of the Seven is that she opened the door of death and let the first raven in the world. So that's George obviously working on the same idea. The Weirwood doors are all associated with death. You go through the Black Gate, you end up in the Cold Dead Lands. You go through the Weirwood door at the House of Black and White. You're in the House of Black and White where everything's dead, etc., etc. So Moon Door, execution. So this door that we're opening, the door of death, it's just the door to the Netherworld or wherever. And it's where the Balrog comes from, and the crows, and whatever's, intelligence is going to steal Euron's body. But when I think about the crone and Euron, I think of Hands of White Fire Lady, because Euron's got this magic lady, a tall shadow in woman's form with hands of pale fire, in the vision. And we all, is it Melora Hightower? Is it Night's Queen? We've talked about this before. But archetypally, this is a magic woman. And so that's a crone figure helping Euron open the door of death, something like that. Tim, do you have thoughts?
No, I think you guys nailed it.
Exactly. Oh, okay, cool.
Well, real quick, just when I think of Crone and Euron, and he's going to be one of the three heads of the dragon, I'm thinking Viserion. It's named after Viserys, but the reality is that's Miri Mazdur in that little, that she was the one who was sacrificed for it, and she's much more the Crone archetype. And we've made deliberate efforts not to gender the dragons because Viserion is a Crone in the fashion of Vhagar.
Well, right. So I was going to say Visenya is a crone figure. She exists long past her early life and becomes a total crone. She's always been a witch figure. She's got the symbolic ice dragon Vhagar. And of course, Vhagar is green and blue, we've learned. So it's a bunch of ice dragon stuff that goes back to Vega. Viserys has ice dragon symbolism, Dany's brother. So that's pretty consistent with those names. Actually, the V names are all ice dragon death figures. So yeah, this all checks out.
Yeah, you got his Cart King with the ice dragon constellation. Yeah,
that's one of my favorites. Yeah, we should read that chapter. Actually, that's a good chapter. Cart King, Kalragat. So nowhere in the Seven Kingdoms did the winter matter more than in the north, and the fear of such a winter had driven the winter wolves to gather beneath the banner of Lord Roderick Dustin and die fighting for Queen Rhaenyra. So this is something we've just begun to see in House of the Dragon. There was that one meeting where Jace went to the twins and met with, I guess it would have been Roddy the Ruin there. Tim, is that what they said it was? They didn't really show. They just showed some Northerners, I guess. But the point is they've made contact with the Northerners there. That was what we got instead of Jace going to Winterfell and dragon's eggs in the crypts and Sarah Snow, all that stuff. You don't think they're going back for that? That's all gone, isn't it?
I don't think so. I think we're just going to get the actor who played Chibs in Sons of Anarchy showing up as Roddy the Ruin, and he's going to be our northern representative until such time that Cregan Stark can get down with the rest of the Winter Wolves.
And who are the Winter Wolves, just for everybody, if he doesn't know?
The Winter Wolves would be the Northern Army. These are guys who are marching down to die. There's a thing in the North when they know that a bad winter's on the way. Someone in the family, usually an older man, will go on a hunting trip, and it's code for I'm going to go out into the woods and die, and that way I give cut the dead weight and give a chance for the younger members of the family. So a lot of guys, they see this as this is going to be my last winter. Might as well put some use towards it, upholding Rhaenyra's cause. So these are guys who are marching south with no intent of ever returning north.
There's a Wheel of Time inspiration here, I think, too. In Wheel of Time, as I've spoken of, the male half of magic, Saidin, is tainted. And so if you're a man and you start manifesting magical powers in your teens or 20s, it's only a matter of time before you're going to go some degree of mad. And then you're a mad magician. And that can't be allowed. So the female magicians, the Aes Sedai, are going to come by and gentle you, which means they're going to burn your magic out. And people don't live long after that because it's just like having a large part of yourself removed. So there is a tradition among the Aiel where the men who manifest magic, instead of doing all that stuff, they just go into the shadow and they go out killing as many Trollocs as they can. So it's like, well, instead of going mad and instead of being a burden on society, disgracing myself, or any of that, I'm just going to blaze of glory. And you see that attitude all the time with the warriors in Ice and Fire. I just want to die with a curse on my lips and a sword in my hand. I mean, it's just like so many people say that.
Bolt and blood on my lips. Yeah, we did that one.
We did the King's Prize, and Sean did amazing big bucket wall. But it's like, imagine an entire army of big bucket walls, right? Guys who have absolutely nothing to lose that are all marching south.
It's a whole, all right, 5,000 for the Neds coming your way. So that's the Winter Wolves. They're old, but they're cranky, and they're not attached to living at all. They're just trying to kill people. So
And
those are the Winter
experience.
Wolves. And Sean, why don't you pick up after Lord Cregan Stark there?
They had come for a war, for adventure and plunder, and for a glorious death to spare their kin beyond the neck one more mouth to feed. The poisoning of Aegon II had denied them that chance. Lord Stark still marched his army into King's Landing, but to a much different outcome. He had planned to punish Storm's End, Old Town, and Casterly Rock for having supported the king. But Lord Corlys had already sent envoys to the Rock and Storm's End and Old Town, suing for peace. For 6 days, while the court waited for news of Lord Corlys's success or failure, and the realm trembled at the thought of more war, Lord Cregan Stark held sway at court. This came to be known as the Hour of the Wolf.
So few things went by just there. This Hour of the Wolf may or may not be included on House of the Dragon. All of us book fans are rooting for it to be included. It does seem like an important note. It'll be a chance to do a little Aegon's prophecy, Stark Targaryen stuff, Cregan Stark, etc., etc. But they said something earlier. Okay, so Aegon II has been poisoned. That's Sunfire Aegon, who's obviously been crippled and all that stuff, and he comes back and sits the throne for a few months. Is it a few months even? It's like
I think
weeks.
so.
Yeah, it's definitely less than it's no more than a few months.
Right, so he wins, quote unquote, but he dies with no heirs. And so it's Rhaenyra and Daemon's son who's Aegon III and takes the throne. That's part of the truce agreement between the two sides, is that Aegon II is king, but Aegon III will be the heir. And the other thing I wanted to point out is that Corlys Velaryon is the ideal person to work out a peace, because he kind of got betrayed by Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra arrested him at a certain point. So like he's not looked at as a total loyalist. He existed before the Civil War as his own entity and power base. And so he sort of maintained that through the war, a certain amount of independence. So yeah, I forgot that he did this, but that's interesting.
Yeah, well, and another thing, we'll get into it later, but Stark is not okay with Corlys having done that.
Okay, well, let's read on then. So Hour of the Wolf. Go ahead, Tim. You added one thing.
Lord Stark would not be dissuaded. The betrayers and poisoners of King Aegon II must pay the price. To kill a cruel and unjust king in lawful battle was one thing, but foul murder and the use of poison was a betrayal against the very gods who had anointed him.
Okay, so real quick, Tim, can we just point out this is the difference between Tywin and somebody else, right?
Mm. Yeah, Cregan is like, it doesn't matter, because people could point to Cregan and say, but weren't you coming down here to fight against Aegon II? And Cregan would be like, it doesn't matter, the law is the law.
We're doing justice, right? Like it has to be done the right way. Just because someone's your enemy doesn't mean that all bets are off and you can do whatever, which is what Tywin essentially was doing with the Red Wedding. So, sorry, go ahead.
It's a great approximation of what Ned Stark does both of the times that he comes down to King's Landing. He is coming down with an army the first time, and he gets there and the place has already been sacked by Tywin. And so he comes in with an army having not fought here. And not only that, but he's upset that things were not done the right way. Just like this, like it's, Jaime Lannister slit the king's throat. He was coming to kill that king, but he was hoping to do it in lawful battle, do it the right way.
And Rhaegar's children, they were on the other side technically, but he's upset about how they were killed. Very similar. We've got Aegon II here. He's upset about how he was killed, even though he was on the other side. That's great. Good eye.
Well, and then he comes down again to be hand to the king. And, we're talking here about, the betrayers and the poisoners of King Aegon II. He's trying to catch the people who poisoned Jon Arryn, who betrayed.
And who are trying to poison Dany, and he's trying to stop that as well. And there's the Targaryen that he's like, no, that's not right. He resigned his handship because Robert sent poisoners to kill Dany.
Right.
That's why I said Ned's always trying to protect Targaryen kids whenever he can. But this is an even bigger pattern. That's interesting. Oh, there was a really good super chat I want to go back for. There's one here. Did they mention the shrouded hand of the king?
Haven't gotten there yet.
Haven't gotten there yet. We've got a great pace going here. Glacial. Let me just check this. There was a couple good super chats.
The North has come, and it is a glacier.
Just wondering, how do you think Knight of the Seven Kingdoms game would play if it had Witcher 3 style gameplay? So have either of you played Witcher 3?
Yeah. I guess I could see it. It's just
what's the unique thing about Witcher 3 gameplay?
Well, I don't want to get into it too much, but I think the main issue between having a similar style game is that the gameplay style of The Witcher worked really well with the tone, which is a lot darker than you would want a Dunk and Egg game to be.
Yeah, the Dunk and Egg game should just be Dunk beating the crap out of people, and Egg's like your sidekick, and he's yelling taunts and insults, but you also have to protect him. Like the enemies that go after Egg, and then you have to protect him. But then he's pissing them off and making them more aggressive. I don't know, something like that. But
it's like a lighter version of The Last of Us is what I would want to see. But Dunk is basically just Forrest Gump in Westeros. We don't want to, have a
Forrest Gump crossed with like the Undertaker.
Yeah.
Undertaker. All right, cool. So thanks, Nepaliv. And thank you, Aloha, Meister Hand. 17 months Squisher. Appreciate you very much. Okay.
Cregan had 22 men arrested in Aegon III's name, among them Larys Clubfoot and Corlys Velaryon. Next bit, Cowd. The young Aegon III, who was 11 at the time, agreed to make Lord Stark his hand. Cregan Stark served in that office for a single day, presiding over the trials and executions. Most of the accused took the black, led by the cunning Sir Perkin the Flea. 2 alone chose death. Sir Giles Belgrave of the Kingsguard, who did not wish to outlive his king, and Larys the Clubfoot, the last of the ancient line of House Strong.
This is so interesting. George is just doing all of these comparisons to the War of the Five Kings. So this is as if Eddard had taken handship of Joffrey, had been regent rather for Joffrey, instead of, losing to Cersei, if you will, and Peter Baelish in the courtroom. Here we have Larys Clubfoot, who's like Varys and Peter, and he's getting executed instead of being left to run free. And remember, they talked about how we should have executed those two back during Robert's Rebellion. And then we've got the Kingsguard, who doesn't want to outlive his king, and as opposed to Barristan or Jaime.
Yeah, and again, it's a mix between the time he comes down with an army and the time he comes down to be hand. And it's just handled very differently by Jon Arryn than it might have been by Ned.
And that's kind of the interesting thing with creating the parallels, Tim, is to show how, like, the past, if they go a little different, they end up differently with a slightly different character, right?
Yeah, because this is also the way things would have gone if Stannis had won the battle on the Blackwater and he had become king. Varys and Littlefinger, that would have been heads on pikes. Others, though, would have been... Stannis probably would have allowed some people to take the black. Only the most egregious would have been put to death under Stannis.
I do like how Cregan Stark is managing to send a whole bunch of people to the Night's Watch. Like, yeah, that's a nice move. Because a lot of those, maybe some of those Winter Wolves and stuff might have gone and taken the black, instead. But they're all down here, so... So Lord Corlys was spared a trial by the machinations of Baela and Rhaena Targaryen, who convinced Aegon to issue an edict. And remember, Aegon is 11, so like you could make him sign anything potentially if you have a connection to him, which Rhaena and Baela do. They convince him because remember they grew up together somewhat between Dragonstone and Driftmark and stuff. Baela and Rhaena are kind of like older cousins, essentially, to Daemon and Rhaenyra's kids, Aegon and Viserys, right?
I mean, they're literally his half sisters. So yeah, they very much are his big sisters.
That's why I say like. It doesn't, we don't want to get technical.
The incest is it. Oh, the map is it. It should be more 3-dimensional, but it's not.
It's not the last time Baela and Rhaena are gonna come to Aegon's defense and back him up. They very much are his two big sisters, and that this will come up again where they kind of have some influence over him, but it leads to good outcomes.
Yeah, and they do. They're choosing brides. They're making a lot of moves. This is thank you, Carolina. And so this is another reason why the show probably would go this far in the fourth season, because they've put a lot into the Bela and Rhaena characters. You know, they've created extra stuff for Rhaena to do. We lost Nettles so that Rhaena would have stuff to do in part. So having created these characters, it seems like they'll give them these moments of, because they're helping to settle the realm, really. Like every decision that's made without bloodshed is like one more step towards putting things back together.
Well,
so they convince Aegon to issue an edict, restoring Corlys to his offices and honors. Then, by Black Aly Blackwood, when she gave Lord Stark her hand in marriage in return for the boon of allowing Aegon's edict to stand. Oh, so they bought off Cregan's permission because
Black Aly
did. So, Tim, do you know more about that? Or Sean, I guess. Either.
Yeah. Basically, Black Aly, she was actually fighting in the war. She fought in a few of the battles, and she ended up coming down, and this guy was really he was really into her, and he mentioned that, or he basically asked for her hand in marriage, and she said, I'll do it if you basically let Corlys live. Like, we don't need to do this. It's just going to lead to more bloodshed. There will be more war. The realm doesn't need it. Just let it go, and I'm yours. And it, not to say that she wasn't into him. You very much get the impression that they were into each other.
But she used the leverage to be like, show me you're decent and do this for me kind of thing. That's cool.
Right.
Cregan got a goth girlfriend out of this. Yeah, Cregan's doing really well out of all.
Yeah. And Cregan, alongside the Winter Wolves, came down here fully expecting to die. Instead, he goes home with a wife, lives to be an old man. He becomes the old wolf, and he has 4 more kids. He already has 1 son from his first marriage. He's a widower, and then he'll go on and have 4 more kids with with Aly Blackwood.
Dope.
Funny, because he's young. He had Roderick Dustin, the old man, with all of these other old men, and then he comes down separately, like acting just like all the old people.
Well, you see how it is in the North. Ned's like, Rickon's 3's got to grow up. Winter's coming. Rob's, 15. He's like, let's go launch an invasion of the South to avenge my father's name. I'm king in the North. Bran's 9. He's like, I'm a man grown, like. That's it.
Yeah,
it's the North.
Hand him a pickaxe. It's time to work.
The North. Go ahead, Sean. The day after the executions.
The day after the executions, Lord Stark resigned his hand. No man ever held the office so briefly, and few left it as gladly. He returned to the north, leaving many of his fierce Northmen behind in the south. Some wed widows in the Riverlands, others sold their swords or swore them in service, and a few turned to banditry. But the hour of the wolf was done, and it was time for the regents. The period of Aegon's regency, which stretched from 131 AC, when he inherited the throne, to 136 AC, when he came of age, was presided over by a council of 7.
Real quick, Sean, that's interesting. It's almost like the winter tracks to the regency, and then they come out of it like as he becomes king. It's very thematic, seasonal cycles here, kind of.
Well, and they talk about how he was, a very depressed kid, and like narratively it makes sense because he's traumatized, but they talk about him walking around the halls like a ghost, and then it's like he's resurrected. It's very, there's a lot of John.
I think we're going to get to that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, a lot of John coding and Aegon III to watch for, and
John and Bran both. There's some John and Bran stuff. Yeah.
Yes, but also can't help but notice, like, few left the handship as gladly. That, again, sounds like Ned.
Well, right. That's right. There's a lot of Ned, you should have studied Cregan's history moments here. Like, Cregan did the thing. He went south and came back home. Not many Northerners do that. So, yeah. Council of 7. So, only one of those regents, Grand Maester Munkin, lasted for the whole of the term. The others died or resigned or were replaced as needed. Of these, the greatest was the Sea Snake, who passed from this vale of tears in 132 AC at the age of 79. For 7 days his body lay in state beneath the Iron Throne, and the realm wept. We'll come back for these regents in a second. I just want to finish this. They didn't. Okay, the Corlys Velaryon funeral's not here. I guess that's elsewhere. I thought we were going to get the cannibal flyby. Never mind. So I'm going to go quick. Tim, stop me if any of these people are worth talking about. Lady Jane Arryn, Maiden of the Vale. So dead of illness in Goldtown in 134 AC. So she's the one who comes out ruling the Vale. Lord Corlys. Okay, we said him.
She was ruling the Vale the whole time.
What's that?
It's a parallel to Lysa. She was ruling in the Vale the whole time. Remember, they had, it's just like also during Aegon's conquest when they found a lady of the Vale who had a young child. It's the same thing repeated again and again. There's always a lady of the Vale with a young child.
Right.
Yeah. And she was in the show, she's fostering Baela.
Right.
At the moment. Yeah.
Right. Let's see. Lord Roland Westerling of the Crag died of the winter fever in 133. Lord Royce Cairn of Nightsong gave up his place in 132. Maybe he did something bad. Lord Manfred Mooten, Maidenpool, dead of age and illness, 134. So it's like, yeah, he was sick, but also he was old, so, Sir Torren Manderley of White Harbor gave up his place in 132 following the death of his father and his brother from the winter fever. So you can see the winter fever took a bunch of people out.
He was trying to do right by Aegon III, and they butted heads, and he eventually left using the excuse of the death of his father and brother. But basically, Aegon was refusing to do things that he wanted him to do. And anyway, yeah, Torren Manderley it's a very interesting thing because first off, Torren Stark is the first thing you think of, but Manderley always has the rivalry with the Peaks, and he is replaced by a Peak.
Right, yeah, that's going to be a big part of this. Okay. It's Grand Maester Munkin. He was there the whole time. The rest, yeah. Unwin Peak. We're going to talk about him. Thaddeus Rowan. Sir Corwin Corbray. Husband to Rhaena Targaryen. Is that replaced Lord Mooten in 134 and killed by a crossbowman at Runestone the next year? Oh, Rhaena remarried after that, I guess.
Yeah.
Because she ends up going to Old Town, correct? Rhaena of Pentos?
I'm trying to remember. There are two sets. There's a set of twins where one of them's Rhaena, and they did like a swap. And one of them's in Old Town. I think I'm mixing them up, so I don't want to.
No, you're thinking of
It's earlier. And
you're thinking of Araya and her sister. That's different.
Yeah,
I'm talking about what by going to Old Town. I mean that Rhaena Targaryen marries a Hightower.
The Hightower after the war married a Tarly, Samantha Tarly.
So
who does right? I'm making a box.
Rhaena doesn't remarry. There's no mention of Rhaena ever remarrying after Corwin dies.
Oh well, who? I thought one of them married a Hightower.
Baela marries Oakenfist at
No, that I remember. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, Rhaena's one and only, as far as we know, is Sir Corwin Corbray.
Someone in the chat will get it for us if there is. Baela remarried. Right, well, because Jace, she was married or betrothed to Jace, then he died.
Right.
Okay, we'll get there. William Stackspear, Mark Merriweather. Okay, we sorry. Lord Grandison, very important, I'm sure. The years of Aegon's regency were marked by turmoil. Sir Tywin Lannister, one of the men who had returned empty-handed from the Free Cities, for the Free Cities were richly paid during the wars that followed the collapse of the kingdom and the Three Daughters, served ably as Hand of the King, despite the blinding and mutilations he suffered at the hands of... Oh, that's right. Queen Rhaenyra's torturers, when he refused to divulge where he had hidden all the money. And then he became Hand. Yeah, that's right. That's kind of... Seems like you would do that one. It's very Game of Thronesy. Disfigured guy, still doing stuff.
It's like Tyrion is, he's got his face all messed up, and he's serving as Hand of the King, and then later Master of Coin. This is a guy serving as Hand of the King, not giving up the kingdom's coin, and he did serve as Master of Coin at a different point. So it's just, we're seeing parallels all the way down.
Then the Winter Fever took him in 133. Tim, take it away.
Matters deteriorated further when Unwin Peak, Lord of Starspike, Dunstonbury, and next page.
Oh, okay. I'm right. I'm not. Thank you. Rhaenyra remarried Garmund Hightower, and they had 6 daughters. Thank you. Yeah. I have a YouTube channel. I know what I'm talking about. It's Song of Ice and Fire. Read these books. Thank you. No, I forget stuff all the time. But yeah, I was pretty sure there was something there. So cool. Because there's the line of Hightower passes through those two. Does it not? Well, we'll wait for the answer there. But yes, Rhaenyra marries a Hightower. And see, that helps. If you think about it, that's an important one because we're sort of uniting the clans here a little bit, right? Like we're tying together these loose branches of the house. Because the Hightowers married into the Targaryens and there was a big war. Garmund is the second son. Okay, so this isn't the line of Hightower. This is just Rhaenyra marrying into the Hightowers. Okay, very good. Sorry, Tim. So Lord of Starpike, Dunstonbury, and
Whitegrove became first a regent, then the Hand. He had played a significant role at first and second Tumbleton, and had felt slighted when he was not chosen to be among the first regents. But he soon made up for that, acquiring more and more power. He saw his kin hold many high offices, attempted to wed his own daughter to King Aegon III following the apparent suicide of Queen Jaehaera, and endeavored to weaken his rivals by any means at hand. Yeah, so another thing to note, one of the other things that was made as a compromise was that Aegon III was married to Aegon II's daughter, Jaehaera, the only living child he still had left. This was supposed to bind the two families back together. And this is another War of the Roses reference, when Henry Tudor, who is technically from the House of Lancaster, marries a woman from the House of York. This is to try and bind the houses back together into one so that we can start new with this new dynasty.
Tim, I'm all like, I have a YouTube channel. You're like, I've read books about history. Thanks. That's good. Appreciate that.
I don't know anything about the War of the Roses, but there's that. Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go again.
No, but there's
Sean started.
To Tim's point, there's a similar idea when they have Aegon III marry a Velaryon, because that Velaryon is their cousin, and she was the daughter of the Velaryon who lost his head in the show, like the one who was trying to claim that he should inherit House Velaryon. So that was a
cousin truth teller.
Right, but that was it was a resolution of the two branches of House Velaryon.
So what was up with this Jaehaera thing? That was what I forget. Apparent suicide? What's that?
She probably killed herself.
She didn't want to marry Aegon III, I guess, huh?
No, she was not having a great time after the war.
How old was she?
Ooh, not old.
Not very old, but so after the war, both of these children are emotionally traumatized and stunted. It said that Jaehaera,
because her mom is Helena, who
and she witnessed the blood and cheese incident. It's not the way it went down in the show. She was there. She saw the kid, her brother, get beheaded, and afterwards, it said she would wake up with night terrors. She would have spasms and fits, and she would wet herself. And there were times where she regressed back to crawling on the floor, like she aged backwards. But there is some say that she killed herself because she's.
I was about to say the chat is full of Unwin Peak killed her, and she's 10. By the way,
there are some who say that she's found on the stakes of on the top of the stakes below Maegor's holdfast. Some say she jumped. Others say that she was thrown by one of Unwin Peak's men. The one who thought himself a tiger, one of Unwin Peak's fingers, and they call him the Thumb. There are some who say that he threw her onto the spikes. Because
Unwin Peak is trying to maneuver his own daughter to marry Aegon instead. That's the motive. Okay. Yeah, okay. Is Aegon II a false dragon? I'm not sure how you mean that, Philosopher King Tiresias.
mean, probably not. He had a dragon egg hatch for him. That's,
Yeah, I
you
was about
know,
to say he rode a dragon into war. I think
He rode a dragon, yeah.
it's pretty
not
legit.
well, but he did do it.
Pretty legit. I like how that happened on the show too. If Jaehaera killed herself, so did Epstein. We're gonna allow that, Jeff, but we'll also reel it in while we allow it. So yeah, it's sus. It's sus. There's definitely some missing footage on the CC tape of Jaehaera's bedroom. There's some missing footage on the tape, and yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, Tesario the Thumb. So it depends on your Jaehaera truthers. Did she off herself, or did Tesario the Thumb throw her?
Oh,
I'm leaning
Jaehaera
on-
had 6 fingers? That's cool, actually. That makes me love her even more. That's really just... The peaks suck. The peaks consistently are hateable. Let's just say that. So, the apparent suicide of Queen Jaehaera. All right. So, Lord Alan the Sea Snake's grandson was chief among the Hand's rivals. So, this is Unwin Peak the Hand, right? Okay. He was refused his father's place as regent. Right. He could have. Okay. Then he then was made to sail against the Stepstones. There he won the name of Oakenfist, following a great victory at sea, but his newborn fame proved divisive when he returned to King's Landing, because people are a little insecure. The Hand had intended to seize control of the Stepstones and put an end to the pirate kingdom of Recalio Rindoon, but Valarion's swift action meant that the greater part of his fleet could not land the forces needed to accomplish this. Oakenfist's fame and reputation only increased in the wake of his victory, winning him honors and rewards from the regents despite Lord Peake's protests. In the end, the Hand convinced and this is just like Otto and Corlys from the beginning of House of the Dragon, isn't it?
Yeah. It's definitely meant to be the same vibe. I also like how there's, some fake parenthood stuff going on here as well, because he is not Corlys Velarion's grandson.
Mhm.
Like they pass him off as the, bastard of Laenor.
Laenor, right. No.
Laenor did not get a random woman pregnant. It did not happen.
He was trying, he was trying to go straight, and he had 2 kids while he was trying to do that. It's very believable. He
didn't eat the fish that was in front of him.
No, he was trying.
He tried so hard. Couldn't keep it down. But anyway, yeah, it was so it just like with the kids of Rhaenyra, there is a paternity issue here, and we're completely ignoring it. And when we look in the history books here, they're completely happy to mention him as a grandson.
Yeah, grandson, son, whatever. We got the war to stop. That's the main thing at this point. That is when people are happy to look the other way. It's like, we're just trying to sew this up at this point. Like, so, Oakenfist's fame and reputation. Let's see. In the end, the Hand convinced the regents to dispatch Oakenfist to the Westerlands to deal with the Red Kraken's longships, when Lord Dalton Greyjoy refused to give up his prizes and cease his reaving. This was a perilous journey, intended almost certainly to result in Lord Alan's defeat or death. Instead, the Oakenfist turned it into the first of his 6 great voyages. Ah! What a boss. What a boss. We'll come back to Jaehaera in a second here. Let's keep reading about this. Oh, it doesn't continue with that. Okay, I guess it'll come back. I need to know about that. What happened, Tim?
So...
Oakenfist. So you just went and whooped up on the Ironborn, or what?
No, he never even makes it. Dalton Greyjoy is killed by his salt wife Tess before he even gets there. Instead, he gets sidetracked and accomplishes something else that's very important.
Okay, I guess they'll come back. Okay, good job, Tim. Good job. They're going to tell us. All right, thank you. Appreciate you. Carolina, again, thank you. The age gap in the show when he marries Baela will be hard to swallow. They were in love in the book. I don't think there's a huge age gap between Baela and Alan on the show.
In the show, he looks like he's in his 40s, and she is like 20.
I don't think he's meant to be in his 40s. just got a very serious face. I mean,
he's also meant to be the younger brother of Adam, and Adam looks younger than him. But yeah, you can't, if you're basing ages off of the actors' appearances, then you're doing it wrong. Like
yeah,
this
you have to remember when you're casting a show, the thing you have to go for is the essence. Do they personify the essence of the character? Like we said with Peter Claffey, like he's 6'6", Dunk is 7 feet. They did have some 7-footers try out, but Peter Claffey nailed it. They picked him. So, yes, Alan Oakenfist is not supposed. The actor is 32, guys. Yeah, see, don't go and just start doing that to people. He has a serious face. Maybe you have a goofy face, and that's why you look.
He's younger
okay?
than me. That's hard to swallow.
He's 32. Okay. So, and Bela, and the actress that plays Bela, what is she, like 20 or something? We're not doing this today. We're not doing this. It's fine. Bela and Alan are a sweet couple. They're romantic. They love each other. They're powerful too. Like, so let's not do this. Overruled. It is fine. Not problematic. All right. But I think you were I'm not trying to bust on the person in the comments. You're reacting to the visual a little bit, but no, they're not supposed to be a huge age gap. They're both adults, and their marriage is very successful. So, Sean, why don't you go ahead here with the orange?
The last living offspring of Aegon II, Jaehaera Targaryen was 8 when she wed her cousin Aegon III, and 10 when she threw herself from Maegor's holdfast to the spikes of the dry moat below. She lived on for half an hour in agony before she died. Yet some question the manner of her death. Was it truly by her own hand? Some whisper that she was murdered, and many suspects were named. Among them was Sir Mervyn Flowers of the Kingsguard, the bastard brother of Lord Unwin Peake, who had been at her door when she died. Yet even Mushroom thinks it unlikely that Flowers was the kind of man to push his charge, a child, to such an ugly death. He suggests a different possibility, that Flowers did not kill her, but stepped aside to let someone else do the deed. Someone like the unscrupulous Free City's sellsword, Tessario the Tiger, whom Lord Unwin had brought into his service. Though we will never know the truth of the events that day, it now seems likely that Jaehaera's death was somehow instigated by Lord Peake.
So they've got the motive and the ultimate power behind this potential dirty deed, but they do not know who did it. It's interesting, the bastard Kingsguard, it's like he makes a convenient person who is a bastard, so of course he would have done it. But if you think about it, somebody who's a bastard who becomes Kingsguard is going to take that job real seriously, in all likelihood. Maybe he's just a bad seed, but I don't know. Yeah, I think this is interesting that it's like the speculation moved on to, well, maybe he let somebody in. Maybe somebody snuck in the window, but
either way, it's either blame the bastard or blame the foreigner.
The actress that plays Rhaenyra is 28. 32 and 28.
That's a pretty reasonable age gap. She looks funny. Young and he looks older. Yeah, okay. So we were off on that one. Me included. All right.
Yeah, I mean, save it for the Rhaegar streams, like that guy's, we got questions about him in all seriousness. So George is going to die. He's never going to tell us if Rhaegar's like this total bad pervy dude or if he really was just trying to thread the prophecy needle just right. And it was a 3-way marriage and everyone was happy. Like, well,
that's a horrible nickname for it. The prophecy needle.
I don't think that's what he called it. It's like his sword. Don't. All right, Sean. I should have just had Tim on this stream. All right. No, I'm kidding. So this is very suspect. We don't know who did it, but ultimately Lord Peake, he's the one that would benefit from all this. Tim, go ahead. In all this, Aegon III.
Too young to rule, was but a pawn. He was a melancholy youth and sullen, interested in very little. He always wore black and might go for days without speaking a word to anyone. His only companion in these first years was Gaiman Palehair. The boy pretender, now his servant and friend, After Lord Peake came to power, Daemon was given a new role as the king's whipping boy to suffer the punishments that could not be meted out against the royal person. Later, Daemon Palehair died in the attempted poisoning of the king and his young, beautiful queen, Rhaenyra Velaryon. Lady Rhaenyra was a cousin to Alan Oakenfist, fathered by his cousin Daeron, who died fighting for him in the Stepstones. A surpassingly beautiful child, Rhaenyra was but 6 when the ladies Rhaena and Baela presented her to the king, the last of 1,000 maids who had been presented him at the Great Ball of 133 AC. This ball had been declared by the Hand, Lord Peake, after the regent stopped his efforts to betroth his own daughter to the king. Though he did not give up that aspiration and was greatly frustrated by the king's ultimate choice. His efforts to have the choice put aside were opposed by both Aegon and the other regents. Outraged, Lord Unwin threatened to resign the handship to bend the regents to his will, only to find the others delighted to oblige him.
Don't let the door hit you on the way out there, buddy.
They appointed one of their number, Lord Thaddeus Rowan, to take his place as Hand. Aegon had only one true joy during these years, the return of his younger brother, Prince Viserys. The realm had thought Viserys slain at the Battle of the Gullet, and the king had never forgiven himself for abandoning his brother when he fled on the back of his dragon Stormcloud. But Viserys was eventually recovered from Lys by Oakenfist, where he had been held in secret by merchant princes who thought to profit from his ransom or his death. The price that Lord Velaryon agreed to for his release was enormous and soon proved a matter of contention. But his release with the new Lyseni bride, the beautiful Lara Rogar, 7 years his elder, was a joy regardless. And for the rest of his days, he was the only person Aegon ever fully trusted.
So is this, Tim, to take a minute here, we talked about this. This is like a parallel to Rickon potentially coming home. Can you explain that again for us? It was really cool when you did.
Yeah. So I think when Davos reaches Skagos to try and secure Rickon, I think we're going to get a repeat of this history that we have with Oakenfist and Viserys. So Rickon is Viserys. He is the lost prince who has been who's been secretly smuggled away and given safe refuge. And Davos is the newly raised lord.
And thought dead. Also, people think Rickon is dead. People thought Viserys was dead.
Yeah. And Davos is the newly raised lord who originally lived among the small folk, who has now risen to a station that he is not well intentioned for, the same way Oakenfist is kind of in over his head, becoming the Lord of Driftmark after previously being a shipwright. Oakenfist makes this very lopsided deal with the Rogaire family to get Viserys back. They said the price he paid was enormously high, but everyone's kind of willing to look the other way because of the outcome. I think Davos is going to find himself in the same spot in Skagos. When he reaches Skagos, obviously, someone has been keeping Rickon under their roof for the past 3 years, or however long he's been gone. Most likely a lord. That, of course, you think that lord's going to give him up for free? No. The Skagosi are going to want something for their troubles. And I think Davos is going to find himself in over his head, and I think he's going to make a very lopsided deal with the Skagosi to secure Rickon, the way that Oakenfist made a lopsided deal with the Rogaires to secure Viserys.
There are lords on Skagos. There's 3. It's House Crowell and House, what are the other 2? Doesn't matter. It's Stone, Crowell, something. And Skagos lost their rights to the ocean after the rebellion 100 years ago. So that's what they'd want back probably, right?
That's what I would say. I think they would want their shipping rights back. They want their trading rights back. They've also, as far as we know, there's also never been a Stark Skagosi marriage. One of the ideas I put forward is maybe the Skagosi lord might demand a marriage pact.
A betrothal to Rickon, that would make that would be an obvious thing.
That's the thing that throws a wrench into Wyman Manderley's plans, because Wyman Manderley wants to secure Rickon and marry him off to one of his granddaughters. If Davos comes back and says, "Oh, by the way, he has to marry, this daughter of House Crowell or or whoever, whatever Skagosi house has been fostering him, that's gonna put a damper on Wyman Manderley's plans.
Yeah, and then the final, this deal is so lopsided that right at the bottom it says the Starks have to change their sigil from a direwolf head to a unicorn head, or they have to at least put a unicorn horn on the wolf head. That would be the deal. Rickon's got to marry a Skagosi, and they got to put a unicorn horn on the direwolf. So Lara worshipped a foreign deity while in Westeros. Hopefully they'll mention that. I believe you're right about that. And of course,
I don't know if we'll get to that.
What's that?
I really doubt we'll get that far. Are you talking about in terms of like House of the Dragon?
No, I meant today on the.
Oh, okay.
I was talking to our glacial pace here, where we've moved through half of one king in like an hour. We're bringing it to life. It's okay. We're having fun. Okay, so where were we?
But yeah, this is what. So Oakenfist was sent to deal with Dalton Greyjoy. That problem sort of solves itself because of his salt wife, and instead Oakenfist finds himself in this whole other fiasco. He doesn't take care of the Red Kraken, which is what he's originally set out to do, but instead he comes back with a prince. Although it literally cost a king's ransom to bring in order to do it.
But of course, he's now gotten back in good with King Aegon, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, this makes
that was his whole thing. Is like Aegon's hand, Unwin Peak, like Otto, was trying to get rid of him by sending him on dangerous missions, just like they send Corlys to the Stepstones, like same thing. But instead he came back with the king's long lost brother,
and becomes even more popular. Yeah.
Well, and let's kind of, the important part here is that the kingly line actually goes through him. Aegon III, his children are Daeron the Young Dragon and Baelor the Blessed. So they both end up dying, and the kingly line goes through Viserys and his children.
Yep, Viserys and Lair Rhaenyra, they have a great family. Their son, a guy named Aegon, also, and he is Aegon the Unworthy.
What does the Blackfyre line go through Viserys?
Yeah, and that's how we all became the Blackfyre Bunch.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we're supposed to read that history if we can get there. I'm gonna have to change the thumbnail of this stream to like Aegon the Third discussion or something. No. All right. Tim or Sean, go ahead and pick it up. In the end.
In the end, it was Lara Rogar and her wealthy, ambitious family who helped break the power of the regents, and, almost certainly, that of Lord Peake. It was an inadvertent role they played, however, caught up as they were in the Lysene Spring. This was a time when the Rogar Bank waxed greater than the Iron Bank, and so fell prey to the plots to control the king. They were blamed for many more acts than they were actually guilty of. Lord Rowan, then the hand and one of the last regents, was accused of being complicit in their crimes and was tortured for information. Sir Marston Waters, now somehow hand of the king in his place, Monken, the only regent at this time besides Rowan, is reticent to discuss this in the true telling, dispatched men to seize Lady Lara after having arrested her brothers. But the king and his brother refused to give her up, and were besieged in Maegor's holdfast by Waters and his supporters for 18 days. The conspiracy eventually unraveled as Sir Marston, perhaps recalling his duty, attempted to fulfill his king's command to arrest those who had falsely implicated the Rogars and Lord Rowan. Waters himself was killed by his own sworn brother, Sir Mervyn Flowers, when he attempted to arrest him.
Okay, so what just happened there? Guys, let's unpack this.
So they talk about the Lysene Spring, and it's basically just talking about the influence that the Rogars and a bunch of people from Lys had in King's Landing because of their wealth and because of their marriage to Aegon III. And, we were giving the benefit of the doubt earlier to Sir Mervyn Flowers, who is the brother of Unwin Peake. And he kind of shows his colors here when Marston Waters finally grows a conscience and tries to arrest him because he's part of the plot, and he kills Marston Waters. So it's why a lot of people are on team Unwin Peak did it, you know.
Right. So this is my hand of the king hand. So it's
Handy.
handy.
I mean, this is one of those things that go into more detail in Fire and Blood, but the Rogue Heirs were a family of bankers, and essentially they set up this is like a early medieval Lycini Ponzi scheme is what happens. They take money, invest it. So Ponzi scheme as a type of fraud that pays early investors with money from newer investors, creating the illusion of a profitable business. That's essentially what happens with the Rogue Heir family.
I'm not going to make any comparisons to anything modern that might be a bubble potentially at all, because we want to glacial pace, or melting the glacier. All right. We are melting the glaciers with AI data centers. Tim, somebody help me. Where were we?
So, Order reestablished itself with Munkin serving as hand and regent for the rest of the remaining year until new regents were appointed and a new hand was found. The time of the regency finally ended on the 16th name day of the king, when he entered the small council chamber, dismissed his regents, and relieved his then hand, Lord Manderley, of his office. It was a broken reign that followed, for Aegon himself was broken. Oh yeah, and that is how Fire and Blood ends. Aegon III reaches his 16th birthday, goes into the small council chambers, and just fires everybody. That's the end of the book.
Which is pretty dope.
Yeah. It was a broken reign. What's up?
Sorry, it's a good parallel to the Starks again as well. This time, Bran, because that's kind of what's happening in Winterfell when everybody goes south. Is that Bran is kind of ruling Winterfell, but really it's Maester Luwin.
True enough.
Yeah.
So let's see here. It was a broken reign that followed because Aegon was broken. He was melancholy to the end of his days. Found pleasure in almost nothing. And thank you for the super chat, Gustavo. The chat is tuned in to what we're talking about. And also, shout out to Mickey, my Script Wolves companion. We've got 2 more Alien Earth videos that we are making, and then we're going to move on to other stuff, movies and things. One of those is going to be a comparison between Daenerys and Wendy, who, if you're not watching Alien Earth, there's a android character that can sort of communicate with the xenomorphs, and it kind of looks like Daenerys communicating with the dragons at times. So we did a comparison video, and that'll be coming out probably like next week or something. So shout out to Mickey. And you can find the Script Wolves channel, of which I am speaking, linked in the description below if you're watching Alien Earth or just want to support me when we go on, like I said, talking about other movies and shows. So cheers. But it was a broken reign that followed. And he was melancholy to the end of his days, locked himself in his chambers to brood for days on end. You have a feeling he's got some like super emo CDs, listening to the same song over and over again. It's probably that scene in House of the Dragon where Rhaenyra's making the poor minstrel do this. He's like, again, and she's like, yep. Just like depressing chamber music. Or maybe it's quiet. That's even worse. It's like going into a store and there's no music and no one's talking and you can hear every snuffle and sniffle. It's like, man.
It's like John's brooding.
The worst is a place to eat. Yes, it's like John's brooding. Definitely. I was just saying, the worst is when you go to like a place to eat and it's small and there's only a couple people there. There's no noise and you hear all the dishes. Like, I hate that. Put on some music.
Then they hear the terrible, weird shit that I'm talking about. Like, we don't need that kind of silence.
No, I'm like ranting about Gaza on my Instagram story. I need some background music. Anyway, where were we? I'm not doing a good job of keeping this on track today. I'm having fun instead. He liked to brood in his chambers. He likewise came to dislike being touched. Shout out to everyone who doesn't want to be touched by people who like to touch too much in the wrong circumstance, even after she had flowered, even by the hand of his beautiful queen. Okay, so that's going pretty far. Doesn't want to be touched even by his sweet queen, who is, everyone says, is a nice person. Even after she had flowered, he was long in calling her to his bed. Maybe he respected the fact she was 14. Has anyone considered that? Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, because this is one of the things that I love, because whenever I hear like smack talk about Aegon the Third, and people are like, isn't it weird that he picks a 6-year-old to be his wife? And it's like, he didn't do that because he was into little girls. He did that specifically because it would be years, like at least a good 9 or 10 years before he would have to do anything with her. He was putting off having sex for as long as possible. That's why he picked the youngest girl at the ball. He did not want to have to have.
Well, and also it was clear that Rhaenyra. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your sentence.
Oh, that was it. I'm just saying, this was a guy who's like, he was trying to put this off for as long as possible. That is the reason why he chose a girl of such a young age. It has nothing to do with any kind of other icky tendencies. If anything, it's the exact opposite of that.
Well, and the proof is the fact that they eventually did have children, 2 sons and 3 daughters, but they just waited a few years. So yeah, maybe he wasn't in a rush, and maybe he was like, well, even after she's 13, like there's no hurry. Like, I know everyone's insecure about the succession and stuff, but we've just seen so many examples. Like, we just went through this the previous 2 generations with various Targaryens getting pregnant too young and having mad complications because of it. Like Emma in the books, and it's a thing.
Also, for Aegon the Third, to be fair to him, his brother already had kids, so he probably was looking at it as like, well, I'll just name my brother or my nephew my heir. The line's still going to continue through my bloodline, so what's the big deal?
True. Once his brother came back, he was already married. Yeah, he didn't need to.
Because when Viserys comes back with Lara Rogaire is already pregnant. She's carrying his child, and that child is a boy. So it's like, by this point, that boy is, it's Aegon the Fourth, but nobody knew at the time that he was going to grow up to be such a piece of crap. But at this point, like, he had a nephew, he had his brother. It's like the line was pretty well secured without him having to give any additional dragon seeds.
Yeah, and they're telling us he's traumatized. He doesn't like to be touched. Like, so it kind of all fits together, and he wasn't rushing into it. But we can at least give him credit for not doing that thing that many kings do. So. So again, 2 sons, 3 daughters. Their eldest son, Daemon, was named Prince of Dragonstone, an heir apparent. And that would be, what Daemon is that?
The young dragon.
Right. Okay. We'll get there, hopefully. Though he strove to give the realm peace and plenty in the wake of the dance, Aegon III proved unwilling to court his own people or his lords. His might have been a very different reign were it not for that one flaw in him. Just that one. His coldness when it came to those who ruled. Sounds like coldness all around, but okay. His brother Prince Viserys, who in his last years served as his hand, had the gift of charm, but he himself grew stern after his wife abandoned him and their children for her native Lys, shades of Doran Martell's wife.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Abandoned. That's kind of a non-biased word there from the Maesters. I don't know. In any case,
yeah.
She's like, I've had enough Blackfyre children and stuff. I'm out of here. Yet together, Aegon and Viserys ably dealt with the remaining turmoil in the realm. One such incident was the troublesome appearance of several pretenders claiming to be Prince Daemon the Daring, the younger brother of Aegon II, who was killed at Second Tumbleton. Oh, rider of
Tessarion.
Thank you. The Cobalt Dragon I had, but yes, Tessarion, killed at Second Tumbleton, but whose body was never identified, leaving the door open for unscrupulous men to make their false claims. What's the parallel, Sean?
Well, it's just funny because you remember that foreign sellsword that Unwin Peak was hired. His name was Tesserio the Tiger.
Oh, that's true.
Literally just an N on the end of it.
And he potentially killed. Huh. Okay.
Jahara. Yeah.
And what happened at Tumbleton? Who did Tessarion kill?
Tessarion was involved in that three-way fight with Vermithor and who was the she was
Okay.
so the yeah
Silverwing?
you know what
Ulf the White riding Silverwing.
right.
So, okay, Tim, pick it up here. Leaving the door open for unscrupulous men to make false claims. Yeah, go ahead.
But those famed princes have since been conclusively shown to be imposters. So this is a repeat of the Game Palehair and Tristan Truefire situation that happened during the war, but here we have in the aftermath of the war, opportunists. People will find ways. People who have, the right look can claim to be Targaryens. Another thing I want to point out is that Alice Rivers is still running around. And the last we heard of her, she claimed to have been carrying Aemond One-Eye's child. And then when guys are dispatched to try and drag her out of Harrenhal when she becomes the Witch Queen, she claims to have a dragon, and it's said that there's a young white-haired boy.
Yeah, and nobody claims Harrenhal for 20 years. It's such a big empty spot in the narrative. It's the number one thing I want to know. Like the hanging question from Fire and Blood. What the F, Alice Rivers? Yes, dying to know.
Yeah, between 133 and 157 is so open. We don't know. Did Alice Rivers hang on to it for all of that time? All we know is that eventually in 157, that's when House Lothston is awarded it. But yeah, for that 20 years in between the end of the war until the Lothstons are awarded Harrenhal, we don't know. As far as all that we know is that maybe Alice Rivers was able to just dig in and hold it for 2 decades.
Yeah, that's so crazy to me. There's so many possibilities there. So
yeah, George has a lot of gaps in his history to fill, and that leaves so much potential for stories. But they even attempted to restore the Targaryen dragons despite Aegon's fears, for which none could blame him after witnessing his mother being eaten alive. He dreaded the sight of dragons and had even less desire to ride upon one, but he was convinced that they would cow those who sought to oppose him. At Viserys' suggestion, he sent away for 9 mages from Essos, attempting to use their arts to kindle a clutch of eggs. This proved both a debacle and a failure.
which is basically just rephrasing stuff that Axel Florent said in Storm of Swords or whatever. So we don't know, debacle and failure. The imagination can run wild there. It's like a preview of Summerhall, you know.
Yeah, and this is another one where George is being purposely vague so that he can give himself a lot of options, because getting fire mages from Essos. Essos is a big place. Where are these guys from? Are these fire mages? Are they from somewhere as close as the Free Cities? Are they from somewhere as far flung as Ashai? Are these red priests like from Volantis of the Red Temple? Whenever that got going, like, George has left himself a lot of wiggle room for this unwritten history of where exactly did these fire mages who tried to hatch dragon eggs come from.
I just want to say, Mary, thank you for deleting that message. I just looked at the one you deleted a minute ago. I sometimes do that once it's scrolled past the screen so that no one else can see it. I'll click on it and be like, oh, what did we delete? See what my mods are deleting, you know? Make sure we're not over censoring. No, that one needed to go. Thank you. Guys, try to think.
No, she's on it. She's on it.
She's on it. Okay. So, Aegon III's dismissal of both the regents and his hand. Gentlemen, thank you for your service. Your key cards no longer will access the building, and the exit is on the left. So, when he ended the regency, I mean to give the small folk peace and food and justice. If that will not suffice to win their love, let Mushroom make a progress. Or perhaps we might send a dancing bear. Someone once told me the commons love nothing so much as a dancing bear. You may call a halt to this feast tonight as well. Send the lords home to their own keeps and give the food to the hungry. Full bellies and dancing bears shall be my policy.
Yeah.
So there is a touch of goodness in this. He's like gothy, but there's a touch of like, I'd like to do the right thing. I just lived through the most horrible like generation or two of people ever. Tim, go ahead.
But this is also a play on the phrase "bread in circuses." It's the political strategy you provide. You provide appeasement with free food and entertainment, so that people don't dwell on the real problems that are going on. But it becomes a question like, how did Aegon III keep things together? Because he's going to rule for 25 years, and he's going to hold it together despite his depression, despite his PTSD, and with no dragons. How does he hold it together? By appeasing the people, by doing right by the people.
Basic concept. I've been hollering for my preferred political party to do that. It's like, what if we had policies that benefited people that were popular? Wouldn't that help us get elected? I don't know. It does seem like a good idea. In any case, Sean, I'll give this to you, but real quick, I want to point out the same king, Aegon III, had a maiden's ball, and now his policy is dancing bears. So we're kind of got the bear and the maiden fair kingship here, which gives me an opportunity to shout out a video that YouTube didn't show a lot of people. I made a bear and the maiden fair breakdown. I am quite sure that it is only YouTube not showing it to people. It is not that people weren't interested in a video about a song. I'm sure that you guys are interested in that. And I'm explaining the true origin of Bear and the Maiden Fair. It's got all kinds of ribald humor. So if you like that kind of thing, check that video out. That's right. But moving right along, yes, we've got dancing bears, a maiden's ball, bread and circuses. What is George doing here exactly, Sean?
Well, one of the things he's doing is he's making some pretty poignant parallels to Russia. It's a very long history of dancing bears in Russia. That's where it happens in the real world. They were very famous for training dancing bears, and it was something that you would constantly see at the Tsar's palace. So Russia being a country that's not accessible during winter, that has a bunch of issues with, like they being able to do scorched earth and just, disappear during the winter. There's a lot of parallels in A Song of Ice and Fire to exactly what's going on there.
See, the real Celine says my Bear and the Maiden Fair video was too pervy for her. That's how exciting it is. It's over the line a little bit. It's like right there, guys. You got to watch it. Controversial. No, shout out. Yeah, not kid friendly. I did put a no kids warning at the beginning.
Also,
they just didn't like my singing, David.
Among the free cities where the dancing bears are popular, it's Norvos where they're the most popular, and Norvos is heavily Russia coded. It's cold. They got the bearded priests, which are like Orthodox priests. Yeah, they're from Russia.
Reading Rhaegar says it was properly pervy. Yeah, we know about you, buddy. There were 4 dragons still living at the start of his reign. Silverwing, Morning, Sheepstealer, and the Cannibal. And I have videos on both Sheepstealer and the Cannibal in the produced video list. So if you want to check those out, they're in there. The Sheepstealer one is actually titled Nettles, Where's Nettles? But it's all about her and Sheepstealer. And Cannibal is called the Cannibal because, it's got a big picture of Cannibal on there. Hard to miss.
Where's Nettles? Give her a break. She had a baby.
Who did?
Nettles.
Real Nettles.
Shout out to Real Nettles. So Silverwing, Morning, Sheepstealer, and the Cannibal. Oh, they're not good. Okay, so Silverwing is chilling on an island in Red Lake. She's seen enough of war, and Vermithor died, and that was it. She retired, so nobody's riding her. Morning is Tiny. That's a little pink dragon belonging to not Rhaena. Yes, Rhaena. Correct. And that we just talked about, who remarried Garmund Hightower, as it turns out. And Cannibal, who nobody can ride. And Sheepstealer. And Sheepstealer's in the Vale with Nettles. Fake Nettles, fictional Nettles. And she's a fire witch now. So that's happening. And so, yet Aegon III will always be remembered as the Dragonbane, for the last Targaryen dragon died during his reign in the year 153 AC. The reign of the Broken King, also known as Aegon the Unlucky, ended with the king's death at 36 years of age from consumption. It's a lot of hanging out in the room in the dark, drinking,
Yeah.
apparently.
Consumption is another name for tuberculosis.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know, but if you ever go watch like an old Western, they got a touch of the consumption.
Consumption, yeah. While they're coughing up blood.
Yeah.
But
Like, you
that's
ever
not
see,
related to drinking at all, though.
Well, that certainly doesn't help. But yeah, I mean, like, you ever see Tombstone with
Yeah.
Val Kilmer's character has consumption, Doc
Yeah.
Holliday? Yeah.
Amio Huckleberry. He was just very sick looking. Yes. It's amazing. Like every scene, it's like somehow he looks even worse.
Oh. Tuberculosis is called consumption because it causes a gradual wasting away of the body, similar to the process of consuming something.
Oh, you're the one being consumed. I see. That sucks. That makes it way more sinister.
That's dark.
He wastes away until he turns gray. He's a gray waste. Oh, my little emo king.
They said the title of the
Already
movie.
my favorite. Now he's gonna be a gray waste when he dies.
Now he's even more your favorite.
He's even more my favorite.
Oh,
Well, that's sad.
To Ray Waste, you call your home.
So he was. I apologize for accusing him of being an alcoholic. He was just sad, and then he got tuberculosis. But let's see.
Oh, so that also seems to be a sign too of the Targaryens losing their dragons, because for the most part, we know Targaryens aren't immune to everything. But for a while, it seemed like the Targaryens didn't get many diseases that commoners
It's so rare
would
that
get.
people think they might be. Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's why Jaehaerys the Conciliator had like the doctrine of exceptionalism, but then he got humbled when his daughter died of the shivers. But here now, Aegon III, the first king without dragons, he's dying of tuberculosis, which is very, very much a common disease. It's showing like, oh, now the Targaryens are becoming more susceptible to things that otherwise normally never would have plagued them.
But he doesn't have a dragon.
He has no
And so
dragon.
maybe that's what George is suggesting. It's like, oh, the bond with the dragon. Because we saw that Aenys was like a weak, sickly child and all this. And then he bonded with the dragon and he got a little, bucked up a little bit. So, yeah. All right.
You could probably move on from Aegon's presidency here.
Not remembered fondly, and his legacy would pale before that of his sons. Well, I believe that we are moving on. All that remains of the Targaryen dragons today, the skull of Balerion the Black Dread. I believe that's a Justin Sweet. Yes, that definitely is. That's Arya under King's Landing. Daemon the First. Okay. All right, guys. Well, that was a good stream. Aegon the Third. Well, we did do a lot of, there was a lot there. And we talked about House of the Dragon.
Yeah, we didn't do. There's more. If we do the fire and blood side of Aegon III and the whole Lyseni Spring, there's even more to talk about. But we're looking
All
at
right.
the world.
Well, who wants to pick up the reading? I'm throwing the knife on the table. Who wants to?
I'll get it. When Aegon III died in the 26th year of his reign, 157 years after the Conqueror was crowned, he left behind 2 sons and 3 daughters. The eldest of his sons, Daemon, was a mere boy of 14 years when he assumed the throne. Perhaps because of Daeron's charm and genius, or perhaps because of his memory of what transpired during the regency of Daeron's father, Prince Viserys chose not to insist on a regency while the young king was in his minority. So yeah, 14, he technically should have had a 2-year regency, but Viserys, who's hand of the king and will continue, Prince Viserys, Aegon III's younger brother, hand of the king and will remain as hand of the king for the next 2 kings. He's like, nah, you're old enough. We're just going to skip that.
And Viserys was right there, too. He's like, we don't need a regency. Like, I'm the
right
uncle.
here.
Like, I'm here.
I'm your uncle. Yeah.
It'd be a lot simpler if I can just sort of call my nephew in and tell him what to do, and we don't have to put a title on it, like hand of the king or regents or whatever.
Yeah. Instead, Viserys continued to serve his hand while King Daemon ruled ably and capably.
Oh, well, so there you go. He was already hand, so that's why they didn't need a regent, because he's hand and uncle. Uncle hand. That's pretty trusted. Like, if your uncle is the hand, unless he's the evil uncle, you're going to rely on him. So,
You mean like Uncle Kevin?
like who?
Uncle Kevin?
Yeah, see, relying on Uncle Kevin. If
After the war, Uncle Kevin Lannister assumes the handship. Yep.
Not for long though. He's a like what if Viserys got shot by a crossbow?
Or what if Larys wasn't executed?
Yeah, exactly. That's what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did I miss a super chat? What's going on? I'm getting chided for not paying attention to the chat. I do a decent job of paying attention to it. I do have to sort of stay connected to my guests and stuff, but Sean in particular is monitoring the chat. So if you talk out of turn, he might catch you. But if there's a question, let me know.
A mod first.
Go ahead, Tim.
Few foresaw that Daemon, the first of his name, would cover himself in glory as did his ancestor, Aegon the Conqueror, whose crown he wore. His father had preferred a simple circlet. Yet that glory turned to ashes almost as swiftly. A youth of rare brilliance and forcefulness, Daemon at first met resistance from his uncle, his counselors, and many great lords when he first proposed to complete the conquest by bringing Dorne into the realm at last. His lords reminded him that, unlike the Conqueror and his sisters, he had no more dragons fit for war. To this, Daemon famously responded, "You have a dragon, he stands before you." And this is we get a similar line from Fagon when he decides to abandon the marry Dany scheme and head straight to Westeros. Another thing I want to point out too is, and this is one of the things that bugs me about why they say Aegon the Third is not fondly remembered. At the same time, I was like, we never hear of any big wars happening during his time up until this second Dornish war under Daemon. It leaves the impression that Aegon the Third presided over 2 decades of peace. So what happened there? Like, things seem to be going fine until Daemon here decides to poke the Dornish hornet nest and do it without dragons.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. We get the 2 sons of, Aegon the Broken, or whatever you want to call him, and they get worshipped. Like, everybody thinks that Daemon the Young Dragon is this military mastermind, when really, Alan Oakenfist won an important battle with a strategy that he made up. And other people, it's not like this 14-year-old came up with the strategies all around. He just wanted to conquer Dorne and happened to have some really, competent people around him. And it didn't even last. He got killed because he was arrogant. And, then the same thing happens with Baelor, but really just in another vein, where he's, obsessed with religion instead of war. And he's remembered very fondly in songs and by the Faith of the Seven, but really his brain was soup.
Yeah. And I think this gives more room for George to write things because of these unknown unknowns. When we get Blood and Fire, part of me also thinks that the reason Daemon wanted to go to war with Dorne is because he needed a new distraction. Now, his father did the whole bread and circuses thing, and that might have worked for a while, but you can only cover up the cracks for so long before they start to get worse. So this war with Dorne might have been seen as another distraction from problems. And of course, it is a means of conquest. It's like, if a young king wants to establish himself as doing something great, then fulfilling the conquest becomes one of those big ones. But it might also be another means to an end. Like, well, if I can distract everyone with a big war, then we won't have to focus on all these domestic problems that are growing.
Tim, I really like that analysis. We're seeing that with several different, you'd see that with autocrats in various countries in Europe, like they come to power, we're going to restore the such and such empire that existed 100 years ago or whatever. That's definitely a way to distract. You can also sort of create a domestic enemy that a terrorism threat, and then sort of motivate people for that to distract from things that you're doing. But that definitely should be considered. And what I really strikes me here is the idea of these Targaryens that think they're dragons and how that can go different ways. I just did the Aerion video. He is more like Dany's brother Viserys. He declares himself the dragon when he's like feeling flushed and angry or like offended. It's like an emotional rage. That's the most psychotic version of I am the dragon. Viserys, I'm the dragon and I will be crowned. Completely, unreasonable for the circumstance he was in Vaes Dothrak there, et cetera, et cetera. But then we have... Go ahead.
Sorry. I just wanted, if we could just... I know we're going to cover them, but to just speed run real quick these kings, the next set of kings. So Aegon III, distraction, bread and circuses. Daemon, distraction, war. Then we get Baelor, distraction, religion. We're going to go back, we're going to focus on the faith of the Seven and go back to its roots. We get one good year where Viserys moves from being hand to being king, but then he dies after only 1 year of rule after being hand to the king for almost 3 decades. And then we get Aegon IV, and then it just becomes the scandalous years. Everything is just sex and bribery and debauchery. And then and leading up to the Blackfyre rebellions.
Right. And that's the story that we're telling today, kind of, is like how this dynasty went from one place to the next and where it went in between.
Right. Well, and one thing we probably want to talk about is, did Viserys die of natural causes? Because that's something that I think both of you have brought up at different times.
I haven't. I'm less tuned into that one, but I think we're going to come up to that, aren't we?
It suggested that Aegon IV might have poisoned his own father to speed it. Because once Viserys becomes king, it becomes a point where Aegon IV was so far down the line of succession because he had his uncle Aegon.
Can we save that? We're gonna get to that. It'll be easier if we say. Okay. I just wanted to make the point of this whole thing because this is repeated in the main story about I'm the dragon. Phaegon says it, and he says it in a moment when he is trying to essentially take leadership over from Jon Connington and his managers. He's declaring his regency over essentially, and he is making a deal with the Golden Company directly and saying, I'm the dragon, follow me. Here's what we're doing. And he needs to do that. Like if you're going to lead people, you have to show them you have a plan and that you're determined and that you can carry it out and that that's what's happening. Get on board. You have to project that energy. And he manages to do that with this idea of here's the dragon. And he's echoing Daemon. And Daemon is proposing this thing. We're going to go conquer Dorne. And they're like, really? Aegon of Visenya couldn't do that with dragons. You're going to do it? You're 14? And he's like, yep, here I am. I'm the dragon. We're going to do it. So it's borderline. It is a little potentially crazy, but it's also using this idea of the dragon as an archetypal example from which to draw strength. And Dany does that in A Game of Thrones. When she thinks about being the dragon, it's not like her brother, who again, his dragon is rage, losing emotional control. Dany thinks about being the dragon. She finds it as a place of strength because there's nothing but turmoil and death around her. And she's like, I am the dragon. This is my identity. I'm going to stand on this. And it gives her like a base. So it's interesting how George is taking the same symbol of this house and showing how the crazy people use it to empower their craziness. And the people trying to get through a challenge can use it that way too. So Daeron's right in the middle because it is a little crazy to try to conquer Dorne, isn't it?
Yeah, but again, he's just like, shut up. I'm Napoleon. I'm Genghis Khan. I'm Alexander. Trust me, bro. It's going to work. He has that mindset about him.
So go ahead, Sean. Is that?
And I said, and so does Phaegon.
Yeah.
Yeah, very questionable, Phaegon. I do think he was right to take leadership over in that moment from Jon Con and these other guys. It was time.
Harry Strickland.
The choices that he made are a different story. So why don't you pick up the narrative, Sean?
Okay. Few foresaw that Daron, the first of his name, would
No. We're in the end.
In the end.
In the end, the king could not be gainsaid, and when he revealed his plans formulated, it is said, with the help and advice of Alan Velaryon, the Oakenfist, some began to think it could indeed be done. for the proposed campaign improved upon that of Aegon's own. Daemon I amply proved his prowess on the field of Dorne, which for hundreds of years had defied the Reach, the Stormlords, and even the dragons of House Targaryen. Daemon divided his host into 3 forces, one led by Lord Tyrell, who came down the Prince's Pass at the western end of the Red Mountains of Dorne, one led by the king's cousin and master of ships, Alan Velaryon, traveling by sea, and one led by the king himself, marching down the treacherous pass called the Bone Way, where he made use of goat tracks that others considered too dangerous, to go around the Dornish watchtowers and avoid the same traps that had caught Orys Baratheon. The young king then swept away every force that sought to stop him. The Prince's Pass was won, and most importantly, the royal fleet broke the Planky Town and then was able to drive upriver. With Dorne effectively divided in half by Lord Alan's control of the Greenblood, the Dornish forces in the east and west could not aid one another directly, and from this stemmed a series of bold battles that would take a volume entire to relate in full. Many accounts of this war can be found, but the best of them is the conquest of Dorne, King Daemon's own account of his campaign, which is rightly considered a marvel of elegant simplicity in both its prose and its strategy.
In other words, he made it all up.
Well, they're calling it like it's amazing, but it's simple. It's like, yeah, it's simple because he's 14, and but I do love the parallel that they were using goat tracks and other things, and he's Daeron the young dragon. We had Robb the young wolf doing the same thing, using goat tracks to get behind enemy lines and stuff like that.
So, is there a historical inspiration for this book that George could be? It sounds like something from real history, like a young conqueror that wrote a book about his conquest that people are like, oh, it's pretty interesting. Who knows how much is true, but
I don't know how directly. There are a few. Definitely Napoleon had a lot of very tactics that had not been tried out before in the way that he kind of was able to get around the fact that he had fewer troops. Somebody mentioned Napoleon in Egypt, but it's
Alexander the Great was very young too, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he didn't write any books about his conquests.
Yeah, Napoleon. Yeah, I don't know that he did.
Everyone is saying Dune.
He was very young. No, George does have some content inspired by Dune in the series, but he's famously not a fan of Frank Herbert. He's been very clear about that. But Napoleon was literally still in military school when he took over post French Revolution, when he took over, I forget what size of military unit, but yeah, that was a thing.
Okay, yeah. This doesn't, because Paul Atreides didn't take an army into the desert and conquer the Fremen. That's not what happened.
I had an idea of who it was, and I think I got it. King Charles XII of Sweden and the Great Northern Campaign. He wrote a book called By Defeating My Enemies. And so that was during the Great Northern Campaign, and this is Daeron's Great Southern Campaign by invading Dorne.
Nicely done. I was I came across that in a documentary maybe 3 or 4 months ago, and it was in the back of my head slightly. Yes, that was a Rest is History one. Yeah,
Charles XII, King of Sweden. He was a young king who led a conquest and wrote a book about how awesome he was.
Well done, Tim. You read books and you read books and stuff. Look at you. Okay, see, I said that earlier. Foreshadowing. Within a year, the invaders were at the gates of Sunspear and battling their way through the so-called Shadow City. In 158 AC, the Prince of Dorne and 200 of the most powerful Dornish lords bent their knees to Daeron at the submission of Sunspear. Man, he must have felt like he was swinging a big old D right there. I mean, gee whiz. He's like, told everyone, we're going to go conquer Dorne. They're like, really? Yep. Then he did it. And then everyone's kneeling in Sunspear. The young dragon had accomplished what Aegon the Conqueror never did. There were rebels still in the deserts and mountains, of course, men swiftly branded as outlaws. That's good writing. But they were few in number to begin with. We have drawn a circle around your area and called you a terrorist. Either leave or be shot, or stay and be shot. Okay. The king quickly consolidated his control of Dorne, dealing with these rebels when he found them, though not without difficulty. In one infamous episode, a poisoned arrow meant for the king was taken instead by his cousin Prince Aemond, the younger son of Prince Viserys, who had been sent home by ship to recover. Had to be sent home by ship to recover. But then he was feeling better. He did not die. Yet by 159, the hinterlands were pacified, and the young dragon was free to return in triumph to King's Landing, leaving Lord Tyrell in Dorne to keep the peace. As an assurance for Dorne's future loyalty and good behavior, 14 highborn hostages were carried back with him to King's Landing. A night fort full of hostages. Interesting. Of course, Dorne, as a desert, often used to parallel the north. Frozen desert.
Well, and a big thing is when Aegon the Conqueror and his sisters were trying to take over Dorne and Rhaenys died, they called it a dark time. And that is, of course, when Visenya, during that period, created the Kingsguard. So there's a lot of Long Night and others parallels in that. This should be thought of in a very similar way. Like, what if, they won? So it's Long Night type stuff going on. Yes, there's going to be Night's King 14 here.
Dornish letters recorded in Maester Gareth's Red Sands suggest that Lord Corgyle, the Lord of Sandstone, himself arranged for Lord Tyrell's murder. Oh, that's right, Lord Tyrell's murder. However, his motives were the subject of speculation in later years. Some say he grew angry at the early show of loyalty by putting an end to the rabble-rousing of one of the more notorious rebel lords, but was given such little consideration by Lord Tyrell, whilst others claimed that his initial aid was all part of a treacherous plan he made with the Castellan to lull the king and Lord Tyrell into trusting him. Okay, so that's the scorpion pole death. They put scorpions in the thing over the bed.
In the canopy over the bed. Corgyle's sigil is the 3 black scorpions on a red field. He rings the bell for his Dornish paramour, and it overturns the canopy and rains down scorpions on him.
Right.
In Dorne, the paramour are scorpion.
And this is why he was named. Corgyle literally means, it's like heart, core, and guile, like cunning. So he's like cunning heart, and he's the one who had this, sneaky little plot to murder Lord Tyrell.
Okay, this tactic proved less effective than Daemon might have hoped. Whilst the hostages helped ensure the continued loyalty of their own blood, the king had not anticipated the tenacity of Dorne's small folk, over whom he had no hold. 10,000 men, it is said, died in the battle for Dorne. 40,000 more died over the course of the following 3 years, as common Dornishmen fought on stubbornly against the king's men. It's a lot of skulls. It is.
It's you lost so many men taking it, and then you lost even more just trying to hold it.
So pick it up there, Tim.
Lord Tyrell, whom Daemon had left in charge of Dorne, valiantly attempted to quell the fires of rebellion, traveling from castle to castle with each turn of the moon, punishing any supporters of the rebels with the noose, burning down the villages that harbored the outlaws, and so on. But the small folk struck back, and each new day found supplies stolen or destroyed, camps burned, horses killed, and slowly the count of dead soldiers and men-at-arms rose, killed in the alleyways of the Shadow City, ambushed amidst the dunes, murdered in their camps. Meanwhile, Daeron's writing his book with his huge mission accomplished banner in the background.
And then the insurgency is like, wait, this is not over. Yeah. Strong parallels here to recent history.
It's elegant and simple prose.
Yeah. And we won, and it was awesome. But the true rebellion began when Lord Tyrell and his train traveled to Sandstone, where his lordship was murdered in a bed of scorpions. As word spread of his demise, open rebellion swept Dorne from one end to the other. In 160 AC, the young dragon himself was forced to return to Dorne to put down the rebels. He won several small victories as he fought through the Boneway, while Lord Alan Oakenfist descended once again upon the Planky Town and the Greenblood. apparently broken, in 161 AC, the Dornishmen agreed to meet to renew their fealty and discuss terms. But it was treachery and murder they plotted, not peace. In a bloody betrayal, the Dornish attacked the young dragon and his retinue beneath the peace banner. So this, of course, George is writing this at a time where war crimes is a foreign concept, but raising the white flag, but then continuing to shoot, that would be considered a war crime, and the Dornish essentially did commit what we would now view as a war crime by doing this. 3 knights of the Kingsguard were slain attempting to protect the king. A 4th, to his eternal shame, threw down his sword and yielded. Prince Aemond the Dragon Knight was wounded and captured, but not before cutting down 2 of the betrayers. The young dragon himself died with Blackfyre in his hand, surrounded by a dozen enemies. King Daeron's the First's reign was thus 4 short years in length. His ambition had proved too great. Glory may be everlasting, yet it is fleeting as well, soon forgotten in the aftermath of even the most famous of victories if they led to greater disasters.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Dozen enemies, Blackfyre in hand. That sounds like a thing.
This is also the last known whereabouts of King Aegon the Conqueror's crown. King Daeron was the last king to wear it. It's lost in Dorne. That's why I think that one of my tinfoil theories is that Doran Martell might have it, and when Fagon comes and he's presented all of these signs of legitimacy, that's when Blackfyre will resurface. That's also when, out of Sunspear, the crown of Aegon, the crown of the Conqueror, might resurface.
That would be interesting.
You hear Jon viewing King Daeron as one of his idols. He mentions him.
And Aemond the Dragon Knight.
Right, but he's told by I can't remember if it's Donald Noy or if it's J.R. Mormont. Basically, how silly it is. Yeah, basically how silly it is to idolize this guy. Who
I think it was Donald Noy.
Oh. Yeah, I think you're right. But anyway, we are seeing King Daeron here with Blackfyre in hand. You got your dozen. Dave could not control his face while that was happening. It was very loud, and. But yeah, it's a lot like Jon. And of course, Jon is, up at the wall with the Night's Watch. He has a singer friend named Daeron. Like there are a lot of things that are kind of coded into this. He's got a maester named Daemon.
And even though the dozen men around him are enemies when he's dying, like that's a blurry line when you're on the Night's Watch and paralleling both Night's King and Last Hero. Like the brothers and the others, are they your companions or are they your enemies? Hard to say. But yeah, interesting.
Yeah. And then someone in chat compared killing him under a peace banner is also like it's comparable to breaking guest right.
Right.
Yeah, it's massively dishonorable. It's you're paying a cost to doing something that way.
Well, and it definitely creates another analogy between the young wolf and the young dragon.
Right. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, because Robb did have a string of victories and then was killed at peace. Yeah, totally. All right. So guys, let's take a break here. I'm going to play the intro music again, and we're exactly 2 hours in. So I'm going to run and grab a refreshment. I might give you a double music break. I might play the Hightower intro, come back, and then hit Reading Rhaegar because I need to go downstairs, get refreshment, and go to the bathroom. And I need more than 45 seconds. So that's what's happening. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay, we have you. These guys also have YouTube channels. That's how come sometimes they know stuff and I don't. They've also read these books, so you guys got me on one. What was it just now? I said the wrong thing. Oh, I said it was Mormont who said it, and you both agreed it was Donald Noy. So Tim is Grey Waste Tim, and Sean is Hero with 1,000 Voices. They do have YouTube channels. They also know stuff.
Yeah, it's literally only because we have YouTube channels that we know things, the three of us. But yeah, please come check out my channel. I'm just finished filming a video. I'm about to start editing it. It's about Egyptian mythology in Dune. I just published a video about Greek mythology in Dune on my Patreon. So please check it out.
Yep. Check out my YouTube channel, Grey Waste Tim. I just did a stream yesterday on Abomination. I read 2 Lovecraft stories that influenced George, The Outsider and The Thing on the Doorstep, which are about ghouls and skin-changing people. And I was talking about the heresy that is Brynden Stark theory.
What is it?
It's the idea that Blood Raven is going to skin change Bran, that King Bran at the end is actually going to be Blood Raven wearing Bran's skin. And
Yeah,
I brought up Invasion of the Body Snatchers for that.
That used to be a more popular idea, but still cannot be ruled out.
Yeah, they're saying there's somebody in the chat said they stream and they know things, like they're drinking and know things, which I'm actually drinking out of a I drink and I know things cup here.
I'm drinking out of the same cup I always drink out of, which looks like this.
Oh, you really need a sponsorship deal with them.
I need to sleep more. That's what I need to do. But I do have some good. Well, I've got a sleep mask. By the way, that sleep mask is no joke. I use the hell out of that thing. It works great. And we've got some new sponsorships coming soon. Standing desk sponsorship. That's sick. You guys know I preach the standing desk. I haven't sat at a desk in a decade. What are you guys doing if you're sitting at a desk?
I have a standing desk. I can't put it up because it's going to pull all the wires out right now.
Well, you got to get the strip installed right under the desktop and whatnot. You got to get it dialed in. But I'll break the news on that when we get there. Yeah. So Baelor the First. Take it away, Sean.
News soon reached King's Landing of King Daeron's death and the rout of his remaining forces. The outrage that followed was swiftly directed at the Dornish hostages. At the command of the king's hand, Prince Viserys, they were thrown into the dungeons to await hanging. The hand's eldest son, Prince Aegon, even delivered the Dornish girl he had made his paramour to his father to await execution. The young dragon had never married, nor fathered children. Accordingly, upon his death...
Oh, hold on a second. That was a big moment. So that the hand's eldest son, Prince Aegon, that's Aegon the Unworthy. And who's that Dornish girl?
I don't think she's like listed as one of his 9 great mistresses.
Oh, I was thinking
But
of Daemon Blackfyre. He wanted a Dornish woman he was prevented from marrying. Who was that, Tim?
No, Daemon
no, he wanted to
Blackfyre wanted
marry his
Daenerys.
sister.
He
He
wanted to
wanted.
marry Daeron. He wanted to marry Daeron the Good's sister Daenerys.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
But
was crossing those
she
things.
married. Oh,
she
she married
did.
his Daenerys Targaryen married the Prince of Dorne. That's how Dorne was eventually brought into the fold through a marriage pact.
Okay, I scrambled it. I knew that there was some jealousy there between the. Okay, got it. Love all the content. Pour one out for the Niners tonight. Oh, did they lose? All right. So I don't follow too much football these days. So yeah, okay. So this is there's
Actually,
Aegon the Unworthy has entered the chat. Go ahead, Tim.
so it's Lady Cassella Vaith was the Dornish woman.
Yeah, this
Prince
comes back
Prince
around later.
Yeah, Prince Aegon escorted the hostages back to King's Landing. The Dornishmen revolted and killed Daeron. Prince Aegon, who by that point had grown bored of her, did not resist. Castella was returned to Dorne by the new king, Baelor Targaryen.
Okay. Okay, I guess okay, that's all there is. Okay.
So
The young dragon
brutal.
had never married. Oh, this is you, Sean. Sorry.
The young dragon had never married nor fathered children. Accordingly, upon his death, the Iron Throne passed to his brother Baelor, a youth of 10 and 7. Baelor proved to be the most pious king in the Targaryen dynasty, and some say in the history of all the 7 kingdoms. His first act as king was to grant pardon to the Dornish hostages. Many similar acts of piety and forgiveness followed throughout Baelor's 10-year reign. Even as his lords and council cried for vengeance, Baelor publicly forgave his brother's killers and declared that he meant to bind up the wounds of his brother's war and make peace with Dorne. As an act of piety, he declared, he would go to Dorne with neither sword nor army to return their hostages and sue for peace. And so he did, walking barefoot from King's Landing to Sunspear, clad only in sackcloth, while the hostages rode fine horses behind him.
I'm just all of us have the same look on our face, like, all right.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, and I don't necessarily buy all of it, but
It's a lot of I mean he's doing symbolism and politics. Like he's doing things to send messages very clearly. What his real purposes are behind that, we'll see. Like, is it just insanity? Because it looks pretty weak. They killed the king treasonously. Like it should be fire and blood. But instead they are returning the hostages and approaching meekly barefoot with this like sort of show of humility. This is why Tyrion does not think highly of him anyways.
well, it's one reason. Although the argument that they were making was that he didn't completely lose it until after he got, bit by a bunch of snakes in the upcoming, and that basically, messed up his brain.
Yeah.
Which is something that happens when you ingest a lot of, not ingest, but when you are, a lot of snake poison, it can actually scramble your brain.
Yeah, venom.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Okay, so there are many songs of Baelor's journey to Dorne that have found their way out of septries and mother houses to spill from the tongues of singers. I'm sure those are really compelling. Mounting the stone way, Baelor soon came to the place where the Wills had imprisoned his cousin, Prince Aemond the Dragon Knight. He found him naked in a cage. It is said that Baelor pleaded, but Lord Will refused to free Aemond, forcing his grace instead to offer a prayer for his cousin and swear he would return. So weak. Many generations since, I've wondered just what Prince Aemond must have thought of this, seeing his reedy-voiced, slender kinsman, haggard and bare, bleeding feet, making this promise. And yet Baelor pressed on and survived the Bone Way, which had proved the undoing for so many thousands before him. Okay.
Yeah, this guy in his freaking hobbit feet over here, just, walking through the mountain pass of Mordor to try to get the ring out here. And instead, it's just Aemon who's like, what's wrong with this guy?
This is like kind of another of George's commentary on Rhaegar and Aegon and these people that are possessed with this holy purpose of end times prophecy or whatever it is. Like, it gives you a justification to do things that look a little crazy from the outside. And so it's just a different version of that, kind of. Like, he is going on faith, if you will. But instead of the prophecy, it's like virtue. Go ahead, Tim.
I think he's really trying to play up the Jesus parallel with Baelor, especially the whole, like, if your enemy strikes your cheek, then you should present the other one. It's that's the kind of mindset that Baelor is going in with this. The problem is there's such animosity towards the Dornish, especially with like Marcher Lords, and after they just killed the king, it's like, I get, like, we can understand what you're trying to put down, that you want to end the war and go back to peace, but it's like, but you are alienating a lot of people by doing it in the way you're doing it.
Yeah, it definitely, I'm kind of with Tyrion on this. The crossing of the desert between the northern foothills and the Scourge on foot, practically alone, nearly undid him. And yet he persevered. Yet he persisted. It was an arduous journey, but he survived to meet with the Prince of Dorne in what some consider to be the first miracle of blessed Baelor's reign. And the second miracle might well be that he succeeded in forging a peace with Dorne that lasted throughout his reign. As part of the terms of the agreement, Baelor agreed that his young cousin Daemon, grandson of his hand Viserys, and the son of Viserys' eldest son Prince Aegon, should be betrothed to Princess Moriah, eldest child of the Prince of Dorne. Oh, so that's Daemon who becomes Daemon II, the king, who is king during the Hedge Knight.
Yep, Aeg's grandpa.
So we're starting to get these direct connections to Hedge Knight here. That's cool. So he's going to be betrothed to Moriah Martell. And that's why Baelor Breakspear has darker hair and Valar's got kind of sandy hair and stuff.
Yes. And another thing to remember is that when he's doing this, Baelor never intended to have kids. And he has no more brothers left. So he knows that the line is going through Viserys, Aegon, all the way to Daemon.
Great point.
So that is the line of kingship that he has promised away to Dorne for essentially nothing.
That's a great point. It's like getting the first pick in a draft, a regular draft, or a draft when like Wembanyama's turning pro. It's like, yeah, this is a golden ticket here. This marriage. Yeah, cool. So after a sojourn in the old palace of Sunspear, let me let one of you guys read. Go ahead, Tim.
The Prince of Dorne offered Baelor a galley to take him back to King's Landing. However, the young king insisted that the Seven had commanded him to walk. Some in the Dornish court feared that Prince Viserys would take it as a new cause for war when, not if, Baelor died upon the road. So the prince made every effort to make certain that the Dornish lords along the route would be hospitable.
They had a sweeper. They had a guy walking in front just sweeping the little pebbles out of the way. And
when he mounted the Boneway, yeah, like, we can't have this guy stepping on a rock, cutting his foot,
water bottles and
getting sepsis. Yeah, Baelor turned his attention to recovering Prince Aemond from his imprisonment. He had asked the Dornish prince to explicitly command the Dragon Knight's release, and this Lord will accept it. Yet instead of freeing Aemond himself, he gave Baelor the key to Aemond's cage and an invitation to use it. But now, not only was Aemond naked in a cage, exposed to the hot sun by day and the cold wind by night, but also a pit had been dug underneath the cage, and within it were many vipers. The Dragon Knight is said to have begged for the king to leave him, to go and seek aid in the Dornish marches instead, but Baelor is said to have smiled and told him that the gods would protect him. Then he stepped into the pit.
So, he definitely could have just enforced the actual treaty. Like, the treaty said he's supposed to be released. That does not count, obviously. This is the king. Like, he just does not act like a king. He's I think things like this are in here to show us that Baylor is crazy. Like he has screws loose. It shouldn't be judged as, it looks weak. It's not weakness. It's like madness. It's fanaticism, I guess maybe is a word.
Yeah,
Right.
because this is something the Martells should have come down upon the Wills for. Like Baylor should have said, that wasn't part of the deal. Will has his own, like, I have altered the terms of the deal. Pray I do not alter it again. And then that's when the Martells should have been like, no, buddy, we have a deal. Let him out of the cage. We're not pulling this kind of crap. You're not
Right. So
get
Baylor
yourself-
could have written Sunspear or
Yeah.
said, I'm either writing Sunspear or coming back with an army. So Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we should remember, the Wills are going to be very analogous to like Big Bucket Wool, which is why they're named similarly. These people, their house, they live up in the mountains. They're constantly fighting with the, Storm Lords and the Reacher Lords. They're a little bit nuts. They call their lord the Will, which is another thing that we see done in the mountain clans. And these are the people who they chopped off Oris Baratheon's hand or arm or something. But like these are the people who are constantly going too far. They're a little hard to reach or to reel in. They're a little bit wild. And so it may be that really the Prince of Dorne didn't have a ton of control over these wild people.
Yeah. It's also said the Wills fought alongside the Vulture Kings at points. So yeah, these are the wild cards. These are the Ironborn of Dorne. These are the Skygosi of Dorne. They're the ones that, like, these are our problem childs. They're the ones that we can never quite keep under our toe.
This is also a direct parallel to Jaime going back to Harrenhal and finding Brienne in the bear pit and going in there and getting her out himself. I just realized.
Which was a little nuts.
Was. Yeah, because he was like, if I jump in there, then they'll shoot the bear because they won't let me die. Like, yeah, it was a little nuts. But also super duper romantic.
Can we acknowledge that it is bong full of snakes time?
Sea snakes are super venomous, as they're called sea crates. Yeah, we got a pit full of snakes, at least. There was a super chat too. All right. Am I going to do the 7 Are Demon Gods video? No, I wasn't planning on it. On this vein, are there any Baylor, Bloodstone, Nefrenka parallels? I mean, Baylor, so I've done symbolism of the Baylor characters a long time ago in one of my old podcasts called A Baelish Bard. And I talked about how all the Night King characters have this Bard Bael symbolism, which goes back to Baelor of the Evil Eye and the Balrog and the Balefire and things like that. The tricky thing about Baelor is that he looks like this saintly dude, but the Sept of Baelor is named after him, and that's an ice temple. And then the statue of Baelor becomes an ice dragon statue because it's made out of the white marble that the Sept is. The warrior's sons are like the others, and they come out of there. So all that stuff creates Baelor to be like a Night's King. And the important thing is that what Baelor locks his sisters in the Maiden Vault, that is very similar to Baelor of the Evil Eye story, where he locks away, I think it's his daughter, because his grandsons prophesied to kill him or something like that. So George is pulling a lot of this from that story, but combining it with other things. It's part of the Night King mythology. So I'll give it to you in a second, Sean. I know you have something to add. The first thing, the 7 Are Demon Gods. The way I look at the 7 is it's a conventional religion. Some of the star origins of Hugor and the Hill, like that probably connects to older myths about falling stars, but that hasn't been a part of the culture of the Andals. Once the Andals were created, their religion is a practical one. I don't think there's no demon gods there. You could say that potentially in Old Town, the Church of Starry Wisdom is infecting and influencing the faith to affect things in Westeros, but that's a conspiracy stuff. So I have made video about the Church of Starry Wisdom before, but I feel like I'm missing some part of the question, Junk. And I saw you were going to ask it earlier. So if you want to clarify, feel free, but go ahead, Sean. You're muted.
Of course. So another thing I wanted to bring up, just because you mentioned Baelor of the Evil Eye imprisoning his daughter so that his grandson would not kill him, which he had seen in prophecy. That's also, we see that in a lot of other places, and another big place is Perseus. We had King Acrisius saw that his grandson was going to kill him. The oracle at Delphi told him, so he imprisoned his daughter, whose name was Danae, Danae. So then we get Dana the Defiant in here, who is imprisoned in the Maiden Vault, and her son is Daemon Blackfyre. So basically doing a lot of Perseus things. And I don't want to get too far into it because there's a lot of King Arthur, and then there's Sir Baelor and all of that.
I remember this though, that Dana the Defiant is a merging of these two women that were locked away in different stories. Yeah, thank you for adding that. That's cool. Yeah, so don't always got to lock a woman in a tower. I don't know why you got to do that, but anyway, it's for your own good. Okay, so where were we? Who wants to read? Tim, is it your turn? Or is it my turn?
Yeah. Or I guess it's your turn, actually.
Later, the singers claimed that the Vipers bowed their heads to Baelor as he passed. Oh, yeah, this is a good one. But the truth is otherwise. Baelor was bitten half a dozen times while crossing to the cage, and though he opened it, he nearly collapsed before the Dragon Knight was able to thrust open the door and pull his cousin from the pit. So now they're both in the cage. And one of them got bit by snakes. Cool. The Wills are said to have laid wages as Prince Aemond struggled to climb out of the cage with Baelor flung across his back, and perhaps it was their cruelty that spurred him to climb to the top of the cage and leap to safety. If you could jump from the cage over the pit, why didn't he just take a running jump and jump over the pit and grab onto the cage? That's what I would have done.
I don't know. Maybe they gave, there was a rope for Baelor to come down, and he used the rope back up. I don't know. It's all ridiculous. Maybe just now because the door is unlocked. I don't know.
Prince Aemond carried Baelor halfway down the Boneway before a village septon in the Dornish Mountains gave him clothing and an ass on which to carry the comatose king. So that's it. They had no guards. They had no entourage at that point.
No, and that's ridiculous. And I love that they threw him over the hindquarters of an ass. That's very good symbolic because he's an ass. That was a really dumb thing to do.
Eventually, Aemond reached the watchtowers of the Dondarrions and then was conducted to Blackhaven, where the local maester cared for the king as best he could before sending them on to Storm's End. And all the while, it is said Baelor was wasting away, still lost to the world. He only regained consciousness on the way to Storm's End, and then only to mutter prayers. It was half a year and more before he was well enough to travel on to King's Landing, and in all that time, Prince Viserys managed the realm as King's Hand, maintaining Baelor's peace treaty with the Dornish. Dornish just taking a lot of leeway here. Mm-hmm. Tim, go ahead.
Oh, so one thing I want to point out just dawned on me. This is a reverse Maegor. So Maegor the Cruel takes a head injury in the trial by 7, goes into a coma, wakes up, and he is crueler than ever, and he wages war against the faith. Here, Baelor the Blessed is bitten 6 times by vipers, so takes a body full of viper venom. He goes into a coma, and when he wakes up, he is more of a religious fanatic than ever before. And while Maegor wars against the faith, Baelor brings it to the absolute height of its power in his reign. Also, the reverse Maegor, one of the things on the menu at the brothel you do not want to ask for, unless you are into the humiliation kink. I think that's not a good one.
No, and you can't afford it. But it's another good thing is just him symbolically dying here. And then, as you mentioned earlier, he's doing a lot of Night's King stuff. He has a white marble statue at the Sept of Baelor, which is big. It's all very much other coded stuff, and this is after he had his symbolic death here.
Yeah. Also, there's half a dozen wounds. Maegor fought in a trial by 7. And then there was like the last two sort of knocked each other out. I guess that's not really a parallel. Never mind.
No, that works because his 6 teammates would have died. So if you're counting the 7 people as one, you get
Okay.
6 wounds. 6 of
That
them
makes
die,
more
and
sense.
only Maegor live.
Rick's dead, and Maegor's the only one to survive.
Yeah, it's like a cat losing all of its lives, but the last one.
And these are both. So Maegor was warring with the faith, and Baelor like is the faith. So yeah, it's kind of a reversal.
One wakes up and says, "I'm going to kill the church." The other one wakes up and says, "I'm going to make the church greater than ever."
Brienne's fat sister says Jesus entered Jerusalem on an ass before he was crucified. Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah.
That would make sense too as a reference, obviously, with Baelor. So go ahead, Tim, with the realm celebrated.
The realm celebrated when Baelor at last regained the Iron Throne, yet Baelor's interest remained firmly on the Seven. And his first new edicts must have caused consternation among those who have been used to Aegon III's sober rule, Daeron's benign neglect, and Viserys' shrewd stewardship. Having been wed in 160 AC to his sister Dana, the king proceeded to convince the High Septon to dissolve the marriage. It was contracted before he was king, he argued, and had never been consummated. After the union was dissolved, Baelor went further by placing Dana and her younger sisters, Rhaenyra and Aelena, into their own court of beauty within the Red Keep, in what came to be called the Maiden Vault. The king announced that he wished to preserve their innocence from the wickedness of the world and the lusts of impious men, but some wondered if he did not fear the temptation of their beauty on his own behalf.
And now we will take a time out for me to address the reign of King Maegor, because someone in the chat has brought it up. No, Maegor did not do what it took for House Targaryen to survive. Maegor left the house in ashes, and it was only Jaehaerys and also Alicent and Rhaena and Alyssa Velaryon who made sure that the Targaryen dynasty survived. Aenys' weakness and Maegor's cruelty almost destroyed the House Targaryen. And we went over the history in 3 live streams in exquisite detail, but there is this talking point run around that Maegor was extreme, but he did what had to be done. No, he died on the Iron Throne with no friends and no allies, having squandered all of his political power and plunged the entire realm into war. So no, he did not ensure the survival of House Targaryen. Don't tell me to chill. I'm doing my thing. I'm being entertaining. I'm ranting. I have a YouTube channel. But it really is a simple point, though. Like, it was a matter of those 4 people that I mentioned that came along and settled things down. That's why the house survived. So George, and the thing is, George is not writing this history as someone who is either chill or amoral. He is a passionate objector. He's a conscientious objector to Vietnam. And he is showing us that people like Tywin and Maegor, when they try to take shortcuts through ultra violence, they only visit that violence back on their own house and their own person. Tywin died on a toilet, shitting his brains out while he was shot in the stomach by his son, who may or may not have been his son. And Maegor died, again, on the Iron Throne without a friend in the world. So that's the wages of psychopathic cruelty. And I just think this is an important thing that George is trying to communicate in the story. And so I have attempted to re-communicate that. And I will now climb off my soapbox.
Well, and I'm going to step halfway back up the soapbox. He put Aenys and Maegor in a row for a reason. They are opposite extremes, and neither is good. We got Jaehaerys, who was more moderate. He still showed displays of strength. He flew to places on his dragon. He showed that, the Targaryens had dragons, that they had strength, but then he was very generous in the way that he treated people openly. So it was kind of basically the happy medium is he found it. And what we're seeing here with Baelor is he's an extreme like Aenys. He's weak. And is he weak because, it's a little bit of religious insanity? Yeah, but I mean, the effect is still the same. He's giving ground to people who were, until very recently, enemies. And he's not gaining much out of it. It's all going very, very poorly. And then, of course,
because we've seen
not to
plenty of zealots that weren't hyper pacifist. He's also hyper pacifist as well as being a zealot. Because you could
Right.
say the seven have commanded me to do this thing, and you will free him now, or else we are justified in bringing the warrior sons down to destroy your cat or whatever. Like he wasn't that kind of king.
Right.
Right.
We're going to see the swords and the stars soon in the main series, really visiting violence upon people, and that's religious violence. He's, it's a different thing here. And of course, without making too much a commentary on religion here, he gets super extreme in his views, and of course, sexism. Like he immediately starts oppressing women. It's like a speed run.
He also wants to try and convert the North from the old gods to the faith of seven, and he's talked out of that because it's reminded him like, well, in order to do that, that's probably going to mean war, and that's like the thing that gets him to back off on it. But then he also wants to replace the ravens with white doves because he thinks they're dark and evil creatures, and the doves are white and light and beautiful.
And George has specifically ridiculed that idea that like the good guys always wear white. So like he's showing us that Baelor is cracked by putting those little details. Baelor is cracked. And to add on to Sean's great point, which is obviously Aenys is way too weak to be king in a medieval society. Maegor is a violent psychopath. Jaehaerys is like mostly down the middle. But when you look at Jaehaerys' reign, he had issue of whether or not he should listen to Alicent, who was presented as almost the wiser ruler. She's so smart, she could have been a maester, says the guy, Septon Barth, said that Alicent was so smart that if she had been a man, she could have been a maester. And so, and we've seen that she helped Jaehaerys rule. And when Jaehaerys had quarrels with his wife, that's where a lot of the trouble stemmed from. Trouble like, the dance of the dragons. Like that came from specifically Jaehaerys not listening to his wife. So even when George gets to the better ruler, he's showing you like, you should work as a team. You should consider women as people. And when people are skilled and smart, you should listen to them and empower them. So.
Yeah, exactly. I've called Jaehaerys like the Teddy Roosevelt of Targaryen kings, which is, tread softly but carry a big stick. And of course, your big stick is Vermithor, the Bronze Fury. But it also is surrounding yourself with learned people and people who can knowing your own weaknesses, and surround yourself with people who can make up for your deficiencies. That's what made Jaehaerys rule such long and prosperous, despite his weakness was his view on women. But then we get other kings like Aegon III. I said 25 years, we don't hear of any uprisings or wars until his son takes over. And that's because he had despite his shortcomings with his depression and PTSD, he had a strong hand in Viserys. Daeron the Good, if we listen to people like Eustace Osgrey, like, oh, he's weak and pot-bellied, and he filled his court with Dornishmen. But according to the common people, he's remembered fondly. And even if he was like weak or whatever, he had strong sons. He had Baelor and Maekar backing him up. So even if he didn't have muscle himself, he had enforcers around him that had his best interest, and enforcers that also had his best interests in mind. And that's what made his rule so successful.
Yeah, that memorable scene with Jaehaerys and the Lord Baratheon, when he like sort of called him over. He was like feeding Vermithor, and it's just casually kind of like, I'm a little tired of your misbehavior, and so reconsider. Like, better shape up there, buddy.
The implication.
Yeah. It's like the dragon's just breathing. It's breathing. It's like that's a threat. This thing is a volcano. All right, so let's see here. Never consummated. After the union was dissolved. Okay, the Maiden Vault. The king announced he wished to preserve their innocence. If it's for your good, like I was saying, it's for your protection. From the wickedness of the world and the lust of impious men. Impious. People like the imp is impious for sure. But some wondered if he did not fear the temptation of their beauty on his own behalf. Doesn't seem very tempted to me.
No, just seems controlling and weird.
Yeah. Though Viserys, though Viserys the princesses themselves and other members of the court protested, the deed was done, and the princesses were cloistered away in the heart of the Red Keep, accompanied only by maidens that lords and knights were sent to the Red Keep to curry favor with Baelor. Just, I do think George is putting commentary here, like, it's kind of like religious fascists with a hyper focus on women's virtue. Like, it definitely feels like commentary.
And again, it's also setting up another 180 when Baelor's cousin Aegon becomes king. Right now, lords are sending their daughters and maidens to be chasteful and spend time in the maiden vault. When Aegon the Fourth becomes king, they're sending their daughters over there for Aegon to sleep with them, because you can buy your way into office by giving him a pretty girl to have sex with.
And Tim, one question. I probably should have said this at the beginning of the stream, but it seems like it maybe gotten worse. Your video resolution is all foggy. Before it was sort of going in and out. Now it's just kind of, I don't know if maybe you need to call out and back in or something.
Yeah, let's try that.
I've been thinking about saying this for 2 hours, and that's something you do when you have ADHD, is you're like almost about to do something forever and you never do it.
It's just working up his courage to ask you out of that blurry frame.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Oh, yeah. All right, give me a minute. I'll be back.
Cool. Tim will be back. Sorry, guys. I saw a couple people mention it, and I just... What's that?
So we're going to surprise people with Tim twice.
Again, that's right. I'll do the same joke, too. I'll do the whole bit again.
It's important. Repetition it makes things funnier.
So more protest came when Baelor went on to outlaw prostitution within King's Landing, and no one could impress on him how much trouble that would cause. More than 1,000 whores and their children, it is said, were rounded up. Oh, and put out of the city. I thought maybe we'd feed them or something. No, put them out of the city. Okay, unclean. Children too. The unrest that followed was something that King Baelor, Tim Blackfyre, is joining. There we go.
That looks better.
I'm sorry, Tim. I should have done that at the beginning. I feel terrible.
Oh, no, we're good. We're good. It only took a minute.
I know, but you could have been clear this whole time. They were saying, oh, he's cooking too hard for his monitor and stuff like that, for the webcam.
It's all the steam.
You have been coming strong. I appreciate both of you. So let's see. So we put out the whores and their children, Tim, instead of feeding them or converting them. I thought, put them in religious school and teach them to be good. No, throw them out. The unrest that followed was something that King Baelor chose not to acknowledge as he busied himself with his newest project. What if we just don't log campaign calls about Gaza? Sorry, I'm not in line today. I can't.
You tell us not to be political.
I know. I'm a naughty boy. I'm a bad, naughty boy. But it's a thing that happens.
We lost your virtue, and we are putting you in a little prison underground with a bunch of women.
And snakes around. Snakes and women. Wait, this rules.
Snake.
When can I go to this prison?
Just one snake. It's the big D. Daron the. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
Stop. You are. You're banned. You're in timeout. This stream is off the rails. Okay. Yeah. There's a tiny layer of self-control that I recognize is not there today. It usually is there, or I'm like, I don't quite say something, and today I am saying stuff. I'm sorry. Unrest had followed. He did not acknowledge it. He just busied himself with his newest project, a great sept that would be built on top of Visenya's hill. This is so another contrast, Tim. You pointed out Daron went to war to distract, to I don't really want to rule the realm. What if we could just go to war? That'd be more exciting. Baelor was like, well, let's build a giant sept and do a faith walk to Dorne. He's not dealing with the real problems, is he?
Yeah, it was like, no, new distraction, giant building project. Oh, and get rid of all the prostitutes.
There were snakes in David's bong water today. Yes, there were, Tech. That's right. When Lightbringer hosts a live, the gods flip a coin. Tim showed up at the last minute, and I got in a good mood, and I don't know. I can't explain it.
You lost
Fancy
your
and
filter.
fancy.
Oh, I haven't slept in 4 days. That's what it is. Since the trailer came out, I've just been. Maybe that's it. Okay, I am getting hungry too. So let's see here. Where were we? He's building the sept on Visenya's Hill, a sept that he had seen in a vision.
Because that doesn't sound crazy at all.
No.
Yeah, it is a good analogy, though. You know, the shining city on a hill, and of course, he's building this bold.
Oh,
set.
that's yeah. And it came to me in a dream. Oh my, that's like Dream
Yeah.
Quest of Unknown Gaddafi. Yeah.
I am reverting. I'm turning back to Lucifer Lightbringer. That's what's happening. So it was not completed until many years after his death. Oh, another Magor parallel too.
Right, with the Red Keep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ultimately, some have take a turn. Whose turn is it?
I'll go. Ultimately, some have wondered if the king's near death in Dorne did not affect his mind in some way. For as the years of his reign progressed, his decisions grew ever more zealous and erratic. Though the small folk loved him, he emptied the treasury regularly to fund his charitable acts, including the year when he donated a loaf of bread daily to every man and woman in the city. The lords of the realm were beginning to grow uneasy.
Except for the whores and their children who are outside the city starving to death. Carry on.
Yeah, they didn't get any bread. The king had not only ended his marriage to Dana, but he had made sure he would never wed again by taking a septon's vows, aided and abetted by a high septon who was becoming increasingly influential in the kingdom. The king's edicts were becoming more concerned with spiritual matters at the expense of the material as well, including his effort to require the citadel to use doves, not ravens, to carry their messages, a debacle discussed at length in Walgrave's Black Wings, Swift Words, and his attempt to provide exemptions from taxation for those who ensured the virtue of their daughters through the judicious use of chastity belts.
Okay. Stop the like. Let's discuss. This is just more Maiden Vault stuff. This is the Maiden Vault for everyone else.
It's also very interesting because he took a septon's vows, and that's kind of like, you want to analogize that. That's the kind of loss of fertility that you get when you become an other. It's the kind of loss of fertility when you take the vows of the Night's Watch. It's the loss of fertility when you take the vows of the King's Guard. And now we're seeing it in a king, and that's weird.
Yeah.
Do you think Baelor building the temple here, is that like Night's King building the wall, or
The Night Fort? I think the Night Fort, yeah.
Because the loss of fertility that Sean just said is like is like providing an example of how does such a bright and shining, virtuous king end up being an ice figure, and it's like it's that right there by giving up the fertility.
That's so funny. He can get a tax exemption. It's like, can you imagine being the 14-year-old girl or whatever, or 12-year-old girl? Dad comes in with the medieval chastity belt. Sorry, honey, we get a tax break.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even get a tax break, and I wear one.
Finally, one of Sean's quips happens when no one else is talking and lands perfectly. It's all leading up to this, Sean.
I do want to point out, though, that George is also playing with, real religious and political ends in medieval times by having this high septon become influential. Sometimes, especially in the medieval period, when you got like our Holy Roman Emperor and the Pope. Sometimes you have a strong emperor and a weak pope. Sometimes you have a strong pope and a weak emperor. Sometimes both are strong and they butt heads, and that causes a whole bunch of problems. Sometimes you get at times where both the emperor and the pope are weak, and that causes a whole other set of problems. And this is an example of like weak king, strong pope, this high septon gaining so much influence, and Baelor taking the vows of a septon, becoming a septon, that makes him, and not the high septon himself, that actually is Baelor putting himself in a position as a junior to the High Septon.
Well, and to bring it to kind of a similar place, but in fiction, George is a big fan of Alexandre Dumas. So he wrote The Three Musketeers, where the villain is a church official who basically takes over France, named Cardinal Richelieu. So he's messed with that kind of stuff before, not just from Three Musketeers, but like A Tale of Two Cities and stuff like that. He's based some amount of his politics on those kind of things. So it's kind of an interesting parallel there. Definitely not as pronounced as the way he looks at things like Lord of the Rings and Elric of Melniboné.
So, quick House of the Dragon question I'd like to address from Laura. Anyone excited about House of the Dragon 3 or not after season 2 was pretty boring? So, season 2 had its ups and downs. We discussed it at length on our post-game show, which we'll be doing again for Dunk and Egg, as well as, Night of the Seven Kingdoms, as well as House of the Dragon. I think it's just one of those things where you got to remember that because of the HBO shenanigans, they had to cut from 10 episodes to 8 at the last minute after everything had already been written. So what's going to happen is that season 3, 5 out of the 8 episodes are going to be battles, basically, and it's going to seem very imbalanced. When originally they would have had at least one of those battles at the end of this last season 2, which would have made it had a more punchy conclusion. So I've got a little bit of reserved judgment as far as season 2. Like, I'm giving them a little bit of a benefit of the doubt because of that. And depending on how season 3 comes out, I will kind of forget this, because it did sort of end with a thud. I mean, Rhaenyra staring with the dragons on Dragonstone is a cool way to end an episode, but probably not a season. And you could tell that just was a cut that it hurt the storytelling. So there's not much they could do about that. Yeah, it's HBO stuff. So hopefully it's going to be a lot of, yes, I'm excited for season 3, because even though these battles won't be exactly the same as Fire and Blood, they will be giant medieval battles. I mean, think about when Dany came to Westeros and we saw the Dothraki and the Lannisters and Drogo. Like, that was cool as hell. So, yeah.
Well, in season 1, there are some issues with it, but it was largely very good. Season 2, one of the reasons why it was not as good, and I say that, running a YouTube channel that is largely going to be dependent on the enthusiasm generated from it, but there was a writer's strike. We forget about that.
True,
and
yeah.
The writer's strike is over. We have, we can get back to work. Maybe right the ship. We expect better things from season 3 than season 2.
Yeah, that was a combination of them not being able to do major rewrites because of the writer's strike, and then the HBO demanding 2 less episodes. So yeah, there was a lot of factors there. So hopefully season 3 will be strong. We will see. It doesn't mean that like there weren't valid criticisms of storytelling choices, but yeah, that was a big factor. So. And anytime we say chastity belt, I can only think of Robin Hood Men in Tights and the chastity belt from that movie. So, read to us about King Baelor. What's that?
I was going to say, is that how Aegon got his key? The damn thing doesn't fit.
I don't remember the whole scene, just the belt.
Yeah, he had the key to the greatest treasure in the land, and it looked like it fit, but then they went to do their actual wedding night, and the key didn't fit. He couldn't open the chastity belt. He got a jackhammer or something.
Oh, kind of remember that, yeah. Call the locksmith. Okay, Tim, burn some books for us.
One unfortunate aspect of King Baelor's zealotry was his insistence on burning books. Though some books might hold little that is worth knowing, and some might even hold matter that is dangerous, destroying knowledge is a painful thing. That Baelor had the testimony of Mushroom burned is no great surprise, given its ribald and scandalous content. But Septon Barth's unnatural history, however, mistaken some of its proposals, was the work of one of the brightest minds in the Seven Kingdoms. Barth's study and alleged practice of the higher arts proved enough to win Baelor's enmity and the destruction of his work, even though unnatural history contains much that is neither controversial nor wicked. It is only fortunate that fragments have survived, so that the lore within was not wholly lost.
And this is again and again George going, look, I've written a lot of history. I can't explain the entire conquest of Dorne. It's in this famous book that we can't read right now. And yeah, so unfortunately, we'd all love to read the entire Unnatural History, but the important bits that we need to know are making their way into the story in exactly the time they need to for the story. So worry not. Go ahead, Tim. Keep going.
Toward the end of the reign, Baelor began to spend more and more time fasting and praying, attempting to make up for all the sins and offenses he believed he and his subjects were committing against the Seven on a daily basis. So this is even more Jesus imagery, literally trying to take on the sins of everyone upon himself. When the High Septon died, Baelor informed the most devout that the gods had revealed the identity of the future Septon to him, and they promptly elected Baelor's choice to the office. A common man named Pate, who was a gifted worker in stone, but without letters, simple-minded, and unable to recall even a simple prayer. It was a blessing, perhaps, that this lackwit High Septon only survived a year before a fever took him.
So it's
Malicious
again just
go on.
just more madness, more misrule, more. It's like not only it's like okay, a man of the people. Well, no, he was literally a lackwit. Like okay.
But his art is so good. And that's basically what got him the role. Malicious rumors that followed in the wake of Viserys' ascension, begun, some say, by the pen of the Lady Maya of House Stokeworth.
Well, let's come back to this. This is they're doing a bad job of putting the sidebars in the text. This is going to come. We need to read a little further and then come back to this.
All right, so he only lasted a year, or perhaps not, for Baelor had by then become convinced that the gods had given an 8-year-old boy, a street urchin, some later claimed, but more likely a draper's son, the power to perform miracles. Baelor claimed to have seen the boy speaking with doves that answered him in the voice of men and women, the voices of the Seven, according to Baelor. This, he declared, should be the next High Septon. Again, the most devout did as the king desired, and so the youngest High Septon to ever wear the crystal crown was chosen.
Okay, I got your demon god faith of the seventh theory. It's right here. It's right here. You can see it happening. Baelor has the gods have given an 8-year-old kid the power to perform miracles. So this child has become an avatar for Narth-Latep, and Baelor has elevated him. He's listening to the voice of Narth-Latep through the doves, and that's what you got. No, but in all seriousness, this is Bran, isn't it, Sean?
Yeah, there's a few things going on here. Obviously, it's a child, like a child of the forest being able to communicate with the Seven. It sounds like a child of the forest and the others. But in speaking with doves that answer in the voice of men and women, that sounds a lot like when the Elder Skin Changers would have crows and ravens speak with the voice of men, use their own voices in them, except obviously with a white bird instead. So it's other coded. But another big thing is you talk about a street urchin, some later claimed. That sounds a lot like your theory where the others are expelled from the werewood net and are now homeless, but more likely a draper's son. And that's perfect because drapes are their veils. It's like the veil between life and death. This is somebody who has access to the veil between life and death. They're doing skin changer things. It's all very child of the forest, green seer coded.
And that fits Bran. Like he's beyond the veil. He sees through the veil, the heart of winter. He starts off the story as an 8-year-old boy. Arya is a street urchin. So sort of like a little Arya reference there. And then obviously Bran speaks to the ravens, not the doves.
Well, Bran's been turned out of his house too, which has been destroyed. Winterfell was razed and now he's on the run.
True. Very true. There you go.
Yeah.
So this, he declared, should be the next High Septon. Again, the most devout did as the king desired. And so the youngest High Septon to ever wear the crystal crown was chosen. Just completely off the rails. The eventual birth of Daemon Waters, the natural... Oh, go ahead, Tim.
Well, before we move on, I also wanted to point out, he claims that he saw the kid, but it's like, okay, are there any other witnesses who can verify this? Are you sure? Or is this like a schizophrenic moment that Baelor is having? Is this the snake venom? Are you on like an acid trip and you thought you saw the kid?
I was going to say, I don't think we can put this on the snake venom because going to Dorne barefoot was insane, and he did that first.
Yeah. So
Probably didn't get better.
Yeah. So the eventual birth of Daemon Waters, the natural child of Daena Targaryen by a father she refused to name, but whom the realm later learned was none other than her cousin Aegon while he was still a prince, led to another fit of fasting by the king. He had already nearly killed himself some years before when he fasted for a moon's turn following the deaths of his cousin Princess Rhaenyra's twins shortly after their delivery. This time, Baelor took it yet further, refusing anything but water and taking only enough bread to still the cries of his stomach. For 40 days, he kept his regimen. On the 41st day, he was found collapsed before the altar of the mother.
Another reverse Maegor. Maegor in the coma for 30 days, then woke up.
And he woke up. He had his mother, Visenya, bring him to Tiana of the Tower, was it?
Yes, which is like the altar of the mother, but then he burned the Sept of Remembrance. And so here we've got, okay.
And Princess Rhaenyra's twins, those are the kids that she didn't have after the birth of Daemon, right? She had a number of miscarriages and things. So this is after Daemon. This is after...
it's after Daemon, but I believe before Daenerys.
Right.
Yeah.
It's interesting that before Baelor is even dead, he's already given birth to Aegon the Unworthy and by him, Daemon Blackfyre. Not given birth to. Men don't give birth. Given rise to, sired. You understand what I'm saying? Like, the seeds are being sown here for so much trouble. And instead of raising his son or influencing young Daemon Waters, he's just off in La La Land doing crazy stuff.
Yeah. And then we still have more to come because later on Bittersteel is yet to be born, Bloodraven is yet to be born, Shiera Seastar is yet to be born, but they're gonna come. They're gonna make their emergence soon.
Now, why would we call out the 40 days of the flood here? The Ark, Noah's Ark, 40 days and 40 nights.
I have kind of a thought.
Oh, 40 days Jesus fasted in the desert. Oh, yes. That would be it.
I think it's both, which would be
good job,
George, very much so. There was a French king who he built Versailles. He was prone to excess. He did a bunch of things that were all very bad, and they didn't come back to haunt France in his lifetime, but it led to the French Revolution. And when he was on his deathbed, he said, "Après moi le déluge," which means "after me the flood." So basically, like, everything's going to come to heel after, now that I'm dead. All of these bad things are going to kind of come back to France. And this is him, he's on his deathbed, even if he doesn't know it. And the flood is coming. And it's 40 days. Yeah. So.
Go ahead, Sean, with Grand Maester Munkin.
Okay. Grand Maester Munkin did what he could to heal the king. So, too, did the boy High Septon. But his miracles were at an end. The king joined the Seven in the 10th year of his reign in 171 AC.
So now we'll go back for the scandal.
Yeah, it was French, and that was the Sun King, Louis I want to say 13th.
Yeah, that built Versailles, right?
Right.
Will you read the orange, Sean?
Yeah. Malicious rumors that followed in the wake of Viserys' ascension, begun, some say, by the pen of the Lady Maya of House Stokeworth, suggested that Viserys poisoned the king in order to finally gain the throne, after a decade and more of waiting. Others have suggested that Viserys poisoned Baelor for the good of the realm, since the Septon King had come to believe that the Seven called on him to convert all the unbelievers in this realm. This would have led to a war with the North and the Iron Islands that would have caused great turmoil.
Yeah, seems like Baelor took himself out, I feel like. But
Yeah, or Aegon. Although I kind of suspect that, Baelor died on his own and that it was Viserys who was poisoned by Aegon.
that I could believe potentially. Will you go
Yeah.
ahead and or Tim? I guess go ahead. The Sisters of Baelor. Here, I'll be right back. If you get to the end of the page, just talk amongst yourselves. I gotta hit the restroom again.
All right. Dana is the most famed of the three sisters and was the most loved for her beauty as much as her fierce courage. She was known as a skilled horsewoman, a fearsome archer with the Dornish bow her brother Daeron had brought back from the conquest, and she was practiced at riding at rings, though she was never allowed to ride in a tourney, despite her efforts to the contrary. Dana quickly became known as the Defiant, for she was the most restless of the three sisters in her imprisonment, and on 3 separate occasions escaped, disguised as a servant or one of the small folk. So this explains how she got pregnant in the first place, right? With Aegon's child, these escapes. Another thing to mention too is that she's not the only one in the Maiden Vault that Aegon would impregnate. It's also believed that he will impregnate the youngest sister, Elena, and that's where we get the plums. So
Right.
Viserys Plum is more than likely another one of Aegon IV's bastards, and that's why when Bloodraven disguises himself as Maynard Plum, when Doug says, like, if these stories were true, we'd all be bastards of Aegon, and Maynard Plum says, who's to say we're not? That's because that's a 2-for joke, because Bloodraven is a bastard of Aegon, and so are the Plums. The Plums are actually a bastard house.
Yeah, they're supposed to be half Targaryen when really they're full Targaryen, but bastards.
Yeah, but bastards.
And then the chat is trying to help us clueless lackwits out. Fathered is the word we're looking for. We're like sired, impregnated, fathered. Mm-hmm. You father children.
See, we know things because we have YouTube channels, but it also means that we don't know a lot more basic things.
There's some gaps.
We just stop knowing them.
Yeah. Okay, so she had even contrived to get with child, though some might say it would have been better had she been less defiant for all the trouble that son brought to the realm.
Oh, let's blame the victim. Yes, blame the woman locked away. That's whose fault it was.
It's all your fault, Daemon.
I know you can sire children. It just sounds weird. It's just, I'm trying to use words that are just like more, don't have the creepy medieval vibes all over them necessarily.
So, of Baelor's other sisters, Rhaena was almost as pious as her brother, and in time became a septa, and she's the one that we know the least about them. So, middle child, makes sense. Elena, the youngest, was more willful than Rhaena, but not as beautiful as either of her sisters, which I will no. No. I think she's actually the best looking of the three. While in the Maiden Vault, it is said she cut her crowning glory, her long hair, platinum pale with a streak of gold running through it, and sent it to her brother, pleading for her freedom with the promise that, shorn as she was, she would now be too ugly to tempt any man. Her pleas fell on deaf ears, however.
She hadn't seen Aliens. Sigourney Weaver's hot. Bald. That works.
Yeah,
Sinead O'Connor, right?
Natalie Portman, V for Vendetta.
Thank you. Yeah, Monks also, like Avatar Last Airbender. He's looking stylish. Like, yeah, what's up with that?
Mm-hmm.
So, Elena outlived her siblings and led a tumultuous life once freed from the Maiden Vault. Following Dana's footsteps, she bore the bastard twins John and Jane Waters to Alan Velaryon, Lord Oakenfist. And yeah, John Waters, that's George being a film nerd. John Waters, the director of Pink Flamingos and Hairspray and other movies. She hoped to wed him, it is written, but a year after his disappearance at sea, she gave up hope and agreed to marry elsewhere. She was thrice wed. Did you want to say?
It's also John Waters. It's Jon Snow.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, John Waters.
Question. Alan Velaryon, is he cheating? Is he married, or did his wife die?
Yeah, he cheated.
A lot. He may have cheated with the Princess of Dorne as well. That's heavily hinted at. He got around. He's a fertility god for sure.
Power
But yeah,
couple.
they're
Sham marriage.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
So she was thrice wed. Her first marriage was in 176 AC to the wealthy but aged Ossifer Plum, who is said to have died while consummating the marriage. She conceived, however, for Lord Plum did his duty before he died. Later, scurrilous rumors came to suggest that Lord Plum, in fact, died at the sight of his new bride in her nakedness. This rumor was put in the lewdest terms, terms which might have amused Mushroom, but which we need not repeat, that his penis was 6 feet long, and that the child she conceived that night was by her cousin, Aegon, who was later became King Aegon the Unworthy.
So real quick, I just want to point out that ossifer, the name ossifer, is reference to ossification, which has to do with bones. So the guy's name is something to do with bones, and his bone is 6 feet long because his bone still works when he's bones in the grave. Like it's very.
it's also Lucifer. It's a combination of the two for sure. I don't know if you've ever done any look at the symbolism surrounding, Lucifer, Morning Star, Lightbringer, or anything like that. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Have you ever looked at it? Yeah. Or what kind of fruit that Eve might have eaten? Because it probably wasn't an apple.
it might have been a
Have you ever looked into that, Dave? Have you ever looked into those types of things?
It's the least
Um,
interesting thing about it to me. It's like, what fruit was it? I'm just like, I don't know. It's a symbol of a fruit. It's just a fruit. It's the fire of the gods. Who cares what fucking fruit it is?
we're supposed to use that word anymore.
I know. I know. My self control's not here, or it didn't come.
No, so this is interesting because we kind of have two off branches of House Targaryen here, both through Elena. One of them we see in the future with Brown Ben Plum, where the Plums, as you were saying earlier, Tim, are descended from a Targaryen, really maybe two Targaryens, and then we also see Longwaters, who what's his name, Rhaenyra Longwaters.
My favorite Targaryen descendant, Rhaenyra Longwater. That guy is hilarious. That scene came out of nowhere. It's so funny.
Claims to be descended from them, John and Jane Waters. I can't remember which one.
Yeah.
Gosh, is this John and Jane Waters? Is that like fodder for the John has a twin theory?
Or his sister Arya is replaced by Jane Poole.
Oh,
Jane Waters, Jane Poole.
Jane Waters, Jane Poole.
there
Yeah.
it is. Thank you.
And
You
then
saved
John-
me. Thank you. You saved me.
Jon Snow melted John Waters. Yeah, it's
Yeah. But yeah, when Brown Ben Plum says like he has a drop of dragon blood, perhaps two. Yeah, it is two. It's Elena and Aegon, and then even Danny's like, well, which Aegon? He's like, I don't know, but he goes the Randy one, because that's exactly what it was.
The Randy one. Yeah, that's him. Randy Targaryen. I'm very sick, Stan. Bring me a beer. Okay. Pick it up, Tim. Thrice wed.
Said to die. Well, no, we passed the stage.
We
It's
did.
conceived by her cousin Aegon, who later became King Aegon the Unworthy. Her second marriage was at the behest of Aegon the Unworthy's successor, King Daeron the Good. Daeron wed her to his master of coin, and this union led to 4 more children, and to Laena becoming known to be the true master of coin, for her husband was said to be good and a noble lord, but one without a great facility for numbers. She swiftly grew influential and was trusted by King Daeron in all things as she labored on his behalf and on that of the realm. The third marriage was one of her own choice after she fell in love with Sir Michael Manwoody, a Dornishman who had attended Princess Moriah at her court. Manwoody, who in early life had studied at the Citadel, was a cultured man of great wit and learning who had become a trusted servant to King Daeron after Daeron's marriage to Queen Moriah. He was sent to Braavos to negotiate with the Iron Bank on several occasions, and there is record of a correspondence between him and the key holders of the Iron Bank, sealed with his seal and signed with his name, but apparently in the hand of Elena regarding these negotiations.
So this reminds me of what I was just saying, Tim, earlier about Jaehaerys. Like he was a better ruler when he was making use of the wisdom of Alicent. And so here we can see another situation where it's like, yeah, sometimes smart people have lady parts. And if they're empowered and allowed to, use their intelligence, the realm benefits, right? Like he's giving us just a commentary on patriarchy, essentially, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, I like that his name was Manwoody, because I was already fairly convinced she enjoyed Manwoody.
Thought you were doing the symbolism. They're from Kingsgrave. And if you think about a man-woody is a man tree, a weirwood, like a werewood, like werewolf, werewood, manwood. And Kingsgrave, it's like who dies in the weirwood tree, like all the green seers. What's that? Oh,
Right.
black.
But it's also
This is essentially the Manwoody sigil. It is a skull wearing a crown.
And it's also underscoring the whole Ossifer Plum thing, where he's 6 feet under in a grave, and she's fathered the child. So Manwoody in King's grave. When
True.
it is
it's the same idea, isn't it?
Who got her pregnant?
Who was her first husband?
Well, it was supposed to be Ossifer Plum, but it was King Aegon who got her pregnant, really. So King's grave, right? It's combining the two motifs.
Who was the master of coin? They don't even give us name.
Yeah, it was. Did they not say here? They said it some in the other section where they talk about this. I remember you talking about it at some point. I don't know.
Probably the same symbolism, but I just forget who it is.
Lord Ronald Penrose is their second king. Their second husband, I mean.
Penrose.
That's good. Yeah, the Penrose you get the pen like Pendragon. It means like king or chief. So there's a lot of War of the Roses stuff going on in House
Courtney Penrose was killed by the Shadow Assassin.
That too, yeah.
So there's so there's the grave element, and the Shadow Baby killed Renly, who was a king. He put that king in the grave. Yeah.
Yeah, and Aerys the First, the king who had Bloodraven in his hand when Bloodraven was like king in all but name, his wife was a Penrose.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so okay.
Although he didn't,
he never fathered any children on her.
Never sired, or whatever word we want.
The one who would rather take a book to bed than his wife.
So Michael Manwoody, a Dornishman who had attended Princess Mariah at her court. He early life studied at the Citadel, was a cultured man of great wit and learning who became a trusted advisor to King Daeron after Daeron's marriage to Queen Rhaenyra. He was sent to Braavos to negotiate.
They spell Mariah two different ways. Last page it was spelled with a Y, and this one in time it's spelled with an A.
It's a world book, we had to put it out. It's a couple things, whatever. He was sent to Braavos to negotiate with the Iron Bank on several occasions. And there's a record of correspondence between him and... Oh, we just read this. Sorry.
Yeah.
Elena wed Sir Michael, apparently with Daeron's blessing, not long after her second husband died. Elena said in her later years that it wasn't his intelligence that made her love Sir Michael, but his love of music. He was known to play the harp for her. And when he died, Elena commanded that his effigy be carved holding a harp and not the sword and spurs of a knighthood, as is common.
That's interesting because, like, obviously Michael, angel. So, originally you have Lucifer at the right hand of God as the angel of music, and then he falls and he becomes the left hand of God running the underworld. And Michael is the right hand of God, the morning star after Lucifer. So this is kind of combining the two characters because Lucifer was angel of music and played a harp.
Yeah, that kind of fits. Interesting, because Ossifer was the Lucifer reference.
Yeah.
So, go ahead with Tim. We are now in King Viserys. We're coming down the home stretch. We are almost to the era of Dunk. Very close.
Though both of the sons of King Aegon III were dead, his 3 daughters yet survived, and there were some amongst the small folk, and even some lords, who felt that the Iron Throne should by rights now pass to Princess Dana. They were few, however. A decade of isolation in the Maiden Vault had left Dana and her sisters without powerful allies, and memories of the woes that had befallen the realm when last a woman sat the Iron Throne were still fresh. Dana the Defiant was seen by many lords as being wild and unmanageable besides, and wanton as well. For a year earlier, she had given birth to a bastard son she named Daemon, whose sire she steadfastly refused to name. The precedents of the Great Council 101 and the Dance of Dragons were therefore cited, and the claims of Baelor's sisters were set aside. Instead, the crown passed to his uncle, the King's Hand, Prince Viserys. It has been written that while Daemon warred and Baelor prayed, Viserys ruled. For 14 years, he served as hand to his nephews, and before them, he served his brother, King Aegon III. It is said he was the shrewdest hand since Septon Barth, though through his good efforts were diminished in the reign of the Broken King, who lacked any desire to please his subjects or win their love. In his Lives of Four Kings, Grand Maester Keith seems to hold little opinion, good or bad, of Viserys, but there are those who say that, by rights, the book should be about 5 kings, Viserys included. And yet Viserys is passed over for a discussion of his son, Aegon the Unworthy, instead.
After and it's Tyrion that makes that comment at Joffrey's, is it his birthday? His name day, yeah. But he's given the Lives of the Four Kings, and he cuts it with a widow's wail.
Yeah, it's at the Purple Wedding. He gives him that. Yeah. After his years as a hostage in Lys following the dance, Viserys returned to King's Landing with a beautiful Lyseni bride, Lara Rogar, the daughter of a wealthy and influential noble house. Tall and willowy, and with the silver gold hair and purple eyes of Valyria, for the blood still runs strong in Lys, she was 7 years Viserys' elder. She was also a woman who never felt a part of the court and was never truly happy there. Yet she gave him 3 children before she at last returned to her native Lys.
She abandoned him, Tim. That's what we saw earlier.
And to be honest, I was going to say, like, one of the reasons why Aegon IV probably was, this may have been like one of the reasons why he was the way he was, why he treated women the way he did. Because the first woman that he's found in bed with when he's like 13 is a much, much older woman. He probably had the mommy issues. Being abandoned by his own mother may have played a role into why he was like such a sex fiend in life.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So in 136, the eldest was Aegon, born in the Red Keep in 135 after Viserys' return from Lys. He was a robust lad who grew to be handsome and charming, and also irresponsible and capricious, devoted to his pleasures. He caused his father much trouble and toil, and the realm much pain. 136 AC, Aemond followed. He was as robust as Aegon as an infant, and as beautiful to look upon, but his brother's faults were not in him. He proved the greatest jouster and swordsman of his age, a knight worthy to bear dark sister. He became known as the Dragon Knight, for the 3-headed a dragon crest wrought in white gold upon his helm. To this very day, some call him the noblest knight who ever lived, and one of the most storied names to ever serve in the King's Guard. The last of Viserys' children was his only daughter, Nerys, born in 138. She had skin so pale it seemed almost translucent, men said. She was small of frame and made smaller by having little appetite, with very fine features, and the singers wrote songs in praise of her eyes, a deep violet in hue and very large, framed by pale lashes. She loved Aemond best of her brothers, for he knew how to make her laugh, and he had something of the same piety that she possessed, while Aegon did not. So they prayed together often. She loved the 7 as dearly as she loved her brother, if not more so. It might have been a septa if her lord father had allowed it, but he did not, and Viserys instead wed her to his son Aegon in 153 AC, with King Aegon III's blessing. So that speaks poorly of Viserys. Like, these 2 kids are obviously not a match. I mean, let's set aside the incest part of it. Like, they're not.
Yeah. And this is George playing up that, like, look, nobody's perfect. King Viserys was a great hand, but that doesn't mean he didn't have his faults. And Prince Aegon, at this point, is one of his biggest faults. Forcing his daughter to marry him, and also constantly sweeping under the rug and covering up all of Aegon's bad moments. That's how, like, the Lostons get Harrenhal, because Viserys needs to sweep under the rug him being Aegon being found in bed with another woman. Like, Viserys does a lot of covering up for his son, and we see that with, like, nepotism, rich family, the father covering up for the sins of the spoiled, rotten, younger son, and
The entire
Viserys,
town covering up for the football player racist. Yep.
yeah. Viserys and Aegon have that in spades.
It's also a very good parallel for Robert here. So we have, a lusty king who's kind of a problem, kind of problematic. And then we have these two, the brother and sister, kind of like Jaime and Cersei, where he joins the Kingsguard like Jaime did. Jaime joined the Kingsguard to be closer to Cersei.
Oh, yeah,
Aemond might have done something similar here, and here they are praying together all the time. So did they have a relationship? It doesn't really matter. It's kind of the same idea.
And to that Robert comparison, and it starts early. Robert was fathering bastards long before he was king. Even before he was Lord of Storm's End, he had, he would be sleeping around. And same thing with Aegon. He is a very, very privileged prince. We can think of like Aerion Brightflame, who we just saw in the Dunk and Egg trailer, like these privileged princes who think that they're above the world and that rules don't apply to them.
You mean whom we just saw in David Lightbringer's Aerion character profile video, Tim?
Not a great guy.
Not a great guy.
Not a flattering profile. But yeah, and another thing, if you look at it, is that Robert's actual trueborn kids aren't really his. And we have, Aegon also having a bunch of bastards like Robert. And then his trueborn kids, Daeron and Daenerys, might not actually be his.
Yep. George doesn't want anyone to know the paternity. Okay, we got to go fast. We're coming up on 4 hours, and we got to kill this stream here at some point. So we're going to skip through Aegon the Unworthy because me and Tim did that already in our Harrenhal live stream. We went through all of that mess. So we're basically going to jump over that and not allow us to wrap it up in time here. But just getting through the rest of the series. These two are praying together. As we said, the singers say that Aemond and Aerys both wept during the ceremony, though the histories tell us that Aemond quarreled with Aegon at the wedding feast and that Aerys wept during the bedding rather than at the wedding, but obviously it's not a happy thing. There are those who write that many of the follies of the young dragon and Baelor the Blessed originated in Prince Viserys, while others argue that Viserys moderated the worst of their obsessions as best he could. Though his reign lasted little more than a year, it is instructive to consider his reforms of the royal household and its functions. The establishment of a new royal mint, his efforts to increase trade across the narrow sea, and his revisions of the code of laws that Jaehaerys the Conciliator had established during his long reign. So he did some stuff. Yeah, Harrison Grant Williams said, aside from the incest, how was the marriage to your brother?
Oof.
Brutal.
But yeah, I mean, these kids praying together like Renly and Loras while Viserys is ruling.
So he could have been a new Jaehaerys the Conciliator, say the Maesters, but sudden illness carried him away in 172. It need not be said that some found it suspicious, but none dared speak to suspicion at the time. It would be more than a decade before the first accusation was put to paper that Viserys had been poisoned by none other than his successor, his son Aegon. And there's no way to know. We're not even given any clues. We're just told that maybe. And obviously Aegon is, a shitty person. So who knows? So Aegon the Unworthy, he is king for a while. 172. And he's going to have all the bastards, Bloodraven and Bittersteel and Shara Seastar.
You can tell that George is going to have a lot of fun writing Aegon the Unworthy story.
Oh, yeah, and Blood and Fire, yeah. So he was trading sexual favors for political favors, which is just like, I'm using the office of king to indulge myself at the expense of the office of king. So that's bad.
It's also just wild because as king, he really shouldn't have a problem getting laid.
Right. True. But he's disgusting and
yeah. I mean, in the beginning, he did it when he was the young, strong, handsome prince. But over time, the fatter he got,
He also got off on making High Lords give him their daughters. Like, that's clearly part of the thing,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a power imbalance that he's
Yeah.
creating.
It's a
And,
humiliation kink. Yeah.
And yes, he got gross and big and corpulent and just didn't
And
take
very
care of
small.
himself. And yeah, he's full of worms. And
We're skipping him. He's unworthy of our time.
Daemon Waters, going back for more Blackfyre, Aemond the Dragon Knight stuff. Going back 153. You try to go forward in history here. George is like, but back in 150.
You might just want to go back to the table of contents. I'm pretty sure this is a long one. A lot happens during.
The 9 Mistresses. Got to read about them.
Yep. Oh, God. Yeah, George had way too much fun. He could not start anything that started off Aegon the Unworthy. That's where he did the cutoff. There we go.
Daemon the second.
Sean, take it away. I'm going to grab something right off camera here, and you go ahead and read.
In the 184th year since Aegon's conquest, Aegon IV, the Unworthy, at last let go of life. His son and heir, Prince Daemon, departed Dragonstone within the fortnight after learning of his father's demise and was swiftly crowned by the High Septon in the Red Keep. He chose to be crowned with his father's crown, a decision likely intended to quell any remaining doubts about his legitimacy. Daemon then acted swiftly to put right many of the things that Aegon had put wrong, beginning by removing all the members of the king's small council and replacing them with men of his own choosing, most of whom proved wise and capable counselors. It was a year and more before the City Watch was similarly repaired, for King Aegon had often used promotion to the Watch as a way to shower largesse on those he most favored. And they, in turn, made sure that the brothels, and even the decent women of the city, were available for Aegon's lusts. Daemon did not stop there, however, in his efforts to improve those things that his father had corrupted, or had left to rot through malign neglect. He was conscientious in his duties to the realm and sought to stabilize it in the wake of Aegon's deathbed decree, which legitimized all his bastard half-siblings. Although he could not, and would not, rescind his father's last wishes, he did what he could to keep the great bastards close, treating them honorably and continuing the incomes that the king had bestowed on them. He paid the dowry that Aegon had promised to the Archon of Tyrosh, thereby seeing his half-brother Daemon Blackfyre wed to Rohan of Tyrosh, as Aegon had desired. For all that Sir Daemon was only 4 and 10. On their wedding day, he granted Daemon a tract of land near the Blackwater, with the right to raise a castle. Some say he did such things to assert his rule and legitimacy over the great bastards, and others because he was kind and just. But whatever the truth, such efforts sadly proved in vain.
Go ahead, Tim.
Yet his realm was not marked solely by the question of the great bastards or even Aegon's misrule. His marriage to Mariah of Dorne, now Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, had been happy and fruitful, and one of his earliest significant acts after assuming the throne was to begin negotiations with his good brother, Prince Meryn, to unify Dorne under Targaryen rule. 2 years of negotiations later, an agreement was reached in which Prince Meryn agreed to be betrothed to Daeron's sister, Daenerys, once she was of age. They were wed the following year, and with that marriage, Prince Meryn knelt and swore his oaths of fealty before the Iron Throne. King Daeron raised up the Dornish prince to great acclaim, and together they departed the Red Keep and rode to the Great Sept to lay a golden wreath at the foot of the statue of Baelor the Blessed, while proclaiming, "Baelor, your work is done." It was a great moment, at last unifying the realm from the Wall to the Summer Sea, as Aegon the Conqueror had once dreamt, and doing so without the terrible cost of life that Daeron II's namesake, the young dragon, had paid. In the following year, Daeron raised a great seat in the Dornish marches, near to where the boundaries of the Reach the Stormlands in Dorne met. Calling it Summerhall to mark the peace he had created, it was more palace than castle and lightly fortified at best. In the years to come, many sons of House Targaryen would hold the seat as Prince of Summerhall. However, Prince Meryn had won a few concessions in the accord, and the Lords of Dorne held significant rights and privileges that the other great houses did not. The right to keep their royal title first among them, but also the autonomy to maintain their own laws, the right to assess and gather the taxes due to the Iron Throne with only irregular oversight from the Red Keep, and other such matters. Dissatisfaction at these concessions was
Dissatisfaction. That was a.
wow, okay.
We're 4 hours deep, folks. Yeah, go ahead.
Dissatisfaction at these concessions was one of the seeds from which the first Blackfyre Rebellion sprang, as was the belief that Dorne held too much influence over the king. For Daemon II brought many Dornishmen to his court, some of whom were granted offices of note.
And I think they're going to point this out, but another problem was all those people he dismissed. Most of them didn't deserve to hold office, but all of them were bitter about it. And so there's this whole faction of people put out of power that the nascent Blackfyre Rebellion folks are starting to tap into.
Yeah.
There's also a fun series of references to Lord of the Rings in all of what we just saw. Dorne often playing Mordor. Mairon, Prince Mairon of Dorne, Mairon, Mairon, was Sauron's name when he was a Maya, and we have spelled the same way, Lady Maya of House Stokeworth during Baelor's rebellion, and Sauron is largely based on Baelor of the Evil Eye. So we have them finishing this statue of Lord of Baelor with, Prince Mairon from Dorne. And one of the other things that Lady Maya Stokeworth did was she's the one who suggested that Viserys poisoned Baelor in order to take the throne. So she's involved in all of that. But yeah, Sauron is a Maya named Mairon, and based on Baelor, and these three people are all connected.
That's pretty cool. I definitely was going to sail right by that. That's very cool. So Prince Sauron comes along to finish the Temple of Baelor. Is that what happened?
Yeah, well, and who plays a kind of corrupted Sun King figure better than the people from Dorne? And that's obviously a big thing with Sauron.
Yeah, the Lord of the Rings stuff is always lurking. Like, it's so embedded in George's consciousness that it's everywhere. It would be hard to do a coherent, here's the Lord of the Rings influences in Ice and Fire presentation. There's way too much of it to do one stream. Yeah.
There's one on page right now, Rohan of Tyrosh. Like, we use that repeatedly to reference horse people or people who are representing, like, the Sleipnir horse in the Weirwood Net.
Because of the Rohirrim.
Right. Rohan, the Rohirrim.
So she's going to be a Nissa Nissa Child of the Forest woman.
Right. Just like Rohan Weber.
Right. Yes. Just like Rohan Weber.
Who breeds horses.
Who is more obvious reference because she literally is into horses.
Right. She tries to give Dunk a horse named Flame.
Yes.
Yeah. Rohan of Tyrosh is also a fertility figure. Her and Daemon Blackfyre will have 9 children, 7 sons and 2 daughters.
Yeah, and there's also with Aegon the Unworthy, being the father of Daemon Blackfyre, there's also some Anne Boleyn stuff going on here with Anne here. It's spelled that way for a reason.
Red horse because Dunk is a secret Bracken. Jeff, I promise you that Dunk does not have, if all the people in Ice and Fire that do not have a secret noble paternity, it is Dunk. George, not only did George look at Peter Claffey and say, you don't have any, you're just common blood, but he's noble. George also talked about how he wrote Dunk as a POV because he needed a low-born POV, and people were criticizing him for only having royals as POVs. So I promise you, just based on that from the author, there is no secret Dunk identity. Just shared symbolism, my brother. Just shared symbolism. So it has been said in the years after Daemon Blackfyre proved a traitor, evil traitor. Tim, I'm sorry. Cover your
The
ears,
king
Tim. I
who
should have
bore
warned
the
you.
sword. The king who bore the sword.
The king who bore the sword. Oh, Eustace Osgrey. Okay, we'll go back to you, buddy. Daemon Blackfyre proved a traitor that his hatred of Daemon began to grow early. It was Aegon's desire, not Daemon's, that he be wed to Rohan of Tyrosh. Instead, Daemon had developed a passion for Daeron's sister, young Princess Daenerys. Only 2 years younger than Daemon, the princess supposedly loved the bastard prince in turn, if the singers can be believed. But neither Aegon IV nor Daeron II were willing to let such feelings rule in matters of state. Aegon saw more profit in a tie to Tyrosh because its fleet would be of use if he made another attempt to conquer Dorne. This seems plausible enough, but it was a different tale, claims that Daeron was not so much opposed to wedding Rohan of Tyrosh as he was convinced that he could follow in the footsteps of Aegon the Conqueror and Maegor the Cruel and have more than one bride. Aegon might even have promised to indulge him in this. Some of Blackfyre's partisans later claimed this was the case, but Daeron was of a different mind entirely. Not only did Daeron refuse to permit his brother more than one wife, but he also gave Daenerys his hand to marry to Sauron. Plot twist. As part of the bargain to finally unite the Seven Kingdoms with Dorne. Daenerys' hand in marriage to Euron as part of the bargain to unite the Seven Kingdoms and the Iron Islands.
I mean, Euron is most definitely a Sauron figure. You can tell from his sigil, if nothing else, and aside from the linguistic similarities. He also drowns Sauron's salt tongue just in case, you're worried that there might not be a Lord of the Rings connection there.
Wow, that kind of jumped out to me. It wouldn't have if not for your parallel, but it's like, gave Daenerys his hand to Sauron.
It's also funny because Mehron, that Maya name that he had, it means the admirable.
So that almost suggests that Euron will present a fair form, if you will, for a time.
A smiling eye.
I really think he's going to. I think yeah.
And his crew of mutes and mutts, as they call them, they're all from the east, so they're essentially Easterlings that he's bringing with him.
Yeah, and the Iron Islands are all over. Everything about Numenor, Iron Islands. So
we should come back next week and do some Lord of the Rings. We should figure out what grouping or angle on it to keep it coherent, but we should do some. We're all itching to talk about it. I mean,
it would have to be a segment because we can't just do it all. There's too much.
Well, we could maybe pick Mordor symbolism or something like that, and go, might complement my Ashai video, which is so popular with the kids these days. So,
and their skateboards.
Okay, where are we?
Whether Daenerys loved Daemon.
Go ahead, Tim.
Whether Daenerys loved Daemon, as those who rose for the Black Dragon later claimed, who could say? In the years afterward, Daenerys was never aught but a loyal wife to Prince Meryn, and if she mourned Daemon Blackfyre, she left no record of it. Still, Daeron's reign quickly stabilized the realm, and he soon came to be called Daeron the Good by the small folk and noble lords alike. He was widely seen as just and good-hearted, even if some questioned the influence of his Dornish wife. And though he was no warrior, descriptions of the era note that he was small of frame, with thin arms, round shoulders, and a scholarly disposition. The two of his 4 sons seemed all that could be wished in a knight, lord, or heir. The eldest, Prince Baelor, won the name Breakspear at the age of 17, following his famous victory at Princess Daenerys' wedding tourney. He defeated Daemon Blackfyre in the final tilt, and his youngest son, Prince Maekar, seemed like to show a similar prowess. Yet
that's a little bit like the tourney at Harrenhal, where all these people that are getting ready to go to war joust each other first, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, it has all the settings there, like an era of too long of a peace, and everyone's thirsting for blood, and they have to settle for tourneys. But when you have everyone who is unsatisfied with Daemon, namely the Marcher Lords who hate the Dornish influence, and all of the people who were kicked out of office who had flourished under Aegon the Fourth's corrupt rule. When you have all these royal bastards running around, you have so many people that you can voice your complaints to and try and bring onto your side, and that's what makes Daemon Blackfyre like such a prime choice and for people to support. And we're told Daemon Blackfyre was prone to flattery. So so after you get years and years of possibly lords coming up to him saying like, you should be king, you should be able to have 2 wives, yada yada yada. You get a big head, and that seems to be what. And of course, you got Bittersteel, your own another half brother of yours helping. You got guys like Fireball helping to propel. Like the more the time passes, and the more of these guys that start to come up to you, the more likely it seems it's like maybe I could have it all, And that just seems to be what happened.
And so we can see again Duncan egg seeds being sown, right? We've got Baelor and Maekar, and we can see that they contrast with Daeron, who is the bookish Targaryen. So this is continuing, like you mentioned him earlier, Eustace Osgrey, still talking about Daemon Blackfyre as an old man in the second Duncan Egg book. And this is now 20 years after the actual rebellion, approximately. So this really is a huge thing that shapes all of Westeros, and you can see it coming together before it happens, this first Blackfyre Rebellion. And then the aftermath is being felt all through the Duncan Egg books. So,
yeah.
The king who bore the sword, but no sword could bore through those abs.
My rock art abs are getting hungry.
Always come back to Eustace Osgrey's obvious man crush on Daemon Blackfyre.
Daemon Blackfyre is also he's doing a lot more Lord of the Rings stuff, and it has to do with the Shadow Flame and Balrog's creatures of shadow and fire. And even that is really Sauron adjacent because they're both corrupted Maiar. And of course, the Balrogs were named for a combination of 2 characters in Gaelic mythology, the Baelor of the Evil Eye and Beorog, his servant. So Balrog is Baelor and Beorog. And that's, that's a huge reference to Sauron. Beorog is, in the tower, just like Sauron has built the Tower of Barad-dûr, and Baelor we've talked about extensively.
Yeah, the Balrogs are everywhere, and I said, we had to make that joke at one point. You just find them everywhere, staring back at you.
He just loves whips, that George fella.
Whip it good. Yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about that Lord of the Rings stream, but we'll bring it to you soon, if not next week, guys. Don't worry. We'll do that. That sounds like a good idea. So, too many men look upon Baelor's dark hair and eyes and muttered that he was more Martell than Targaryen, even though he proved a man who could win respect with ease and was as open-handed and just as his father. Knights and lords of the Dornish marches came to mistrust Daeron, and Baelor as well, and began to look more and more to the old days when Dornishmen were the enemy to fight, not rivals for the king's attention or largesse. And then they would look at Daemon Blackfyre, grown tall and powerful, half a god among mortal men, the warrior incarnate, and with a conqueror's sword in his possession, and wonder. The seeds of rebellion had been planted, but it took years for them to bear fruit. There was no final insult, no great wrong that led to Daemon Blackfyre to turn against King Daeron. If it was truly all for the love of Daenerys, how is it that 8 years passed before the rebellion bloomed? That was a long time to harbor thwarted love, especially when Rohan had already given him 7 sons and daughters besides. Man, Rohan, busy girl. And Daenerys had also borne Prince Mairon several heirs. Go ahead, Sean.
In truth, the seeds found fertile ground because of Aegon the Unworthy. Aegon had hated the Dornish and warred against them, and those lords who desired the return of those days, despite the associated misrule, would never be happy with this peaceable king. Many famed warriors who looked with dismay on the peace in the realm and the Dornish in the king's court began to seek Daemon out. Perhaps at first, Daemon Blackfyre merely indulged such talk for the sake of his vanity. After all, years had passed between the first men approaching Daemon and the actual rebellion. What, then, tipped Daemon over into proclaiming for the throne? It seems likely it was another of the great bastards, Ser Rivers, called Bittersteel. Perhaps it was his Bracken blood that made Aegor so choleric and so quick to take offense. Perhaps it
He's
was
too
the
Dornish. He's too Bracken. Like, this is some first class, like, 18th century race science the Maesters are doing here. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, in George is compounding it because the Brackens, it's a horse on fire, so they're talking about like, yeah, he was fiery and angry. Okay, perhaps it was the ignominious fall of the Brackens in King Aegon's esteem, leading to his exile from Aegon's court. Or perhaps it was only his rivalry with his half-brother and fellow bastard Brynden Rivers, who had been able to maintain his close relations at court. For Bloodraven's mother had been well loved during her life, and was fondly remembered, so the Blackwoods did not suffer as the Brackens did when the king cast off his respective mistresses. Whatever the case may be, Aegor Rivers soon began to press Daemon Blackfyre to proclaim for the throne, and all the more so after Daemon agreed to wed his eldest daughter, Calla, to Aegor. Bitter his steel may have been, but worse was his tongue. He spilled poison in Daemon's ear, and with him came the clamoring of other knights and lords with grievances.
In the end, years of such talk bore their fruit, and Daemon Blackfyre made his decision. Yet it was a decision he made rashly, for word soon reached King Daemon that Blackfyre meant to declare himself king within the turn of the moon, because that's where dragons come from. We do know how word came to Daemon. We do not know how word came to Daemon, though Marion's unfinished The Red Dragon and the Black suggests that another of the great bastards, Brynden Rivers, was involved. The first person to figure out that Lord Bloodraven is always watching, always listening. The king sent the King's Guard to arrest Daemon before he could take his plans for treason any further. This, Tim, we got to wrap this stream up, but the brother that I loved, when Bloodraven says that, he's probably talking about Daemon, right?
Yep.
So this is that moment when he had to have Daemon arrested because of the evil counselors. And he probably was hard for him to do that, you know.
And this is probably the moment that Brynden Rivers became the Master Whisperers. My tinfoil is that Brynden Rivers, before he got his start as Master of Whispers, probably for Daemon the Good, and it was this having to turn Daemon Blackfyre in. That is the heart in conflict with itself. Yes, I do believe that Daemon Blackfyre was the brother he loved, and this was that pivotal moment of, do I turn you in?
So let me check. I'm going to give a little Blackwood Bracken thing here. This is a repeating pattern. Sean, you'll probably be hip to this. The origin story of Blackwood and Bracken is that House Blackwood has a weirwood tree, and House Bracken poisoned it, and now it's half dead, and in another 500 years it'll be turned to stone. Okay. This is a metaphor for Azor Ahai poisoning the weirwood net, because House Bracken is brackish waters are waters you can't drink, and Aegor's sigil in particular is the fiery horse. So this is a burning horse, burning up the Yggdrasil tree, burning up killing the Blackwood tree, poisoning it. And so this basically, we see this repeating pattern here. Aegor Rivers, they could poison water, essentially, brackish water. He is pouring poison in the ear, so into the face, if you will, of the king, of Daemon Blackfyre, and turning him into a rebel. So it's the same pattern of the Brackens rather, poisoning things, and poisoning the water, poisoning the king. And so, yeah, because if you look at House Blackwood, you actually find Azor Ahai symbolism. Like their sigil is black and red with the and white, and Bloodraven is an Azor Ahai figure. There's a bunch of stuff to it. So yeah, this is anyway.
Well, it's also a dead white tree, so you want to think of Gondor. But and of course you have Bloodraven as the master of whisperers, and we have Aegor Rivers whispering poison into Daemon's ear. Your words are poison. It's Grima Wormtongue. He's kind of mixed
Yeah,
between these two characters.
the chat was mentioning Hamlet, but that's where Grima comes from, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So they tried to arrest him. Daemon was forewarned. Okay, so this was Johnny Mnemonic. They arrested him for something he hadn't done yet, but was about to do, supposedly. But it does seem solid in any case. With the help of the famously hot-tempered knight Sir Quentin Fireball, he was able to escape the Red Keep. Daemon Blackfyre's allies used this attempted arrest as a cause for war, claiming that Daeron had acted out against Daemon out of no more than baseless fear. We totally weren't going to start a rebellion, but since this happened, now we are. And oh yes, we are highly organized, as if we had been planning this for years.
Oh yeah, and Daemon Blackfyre minting coins in his image, that has nothing to do with you at all. He just wanted some funny money.
Oh, I did just call Daemon Blackfyre a king. Tim's influencing me. I take that back. That was traitor words.
He's a symbolic king. He's doing all the stuff that Arthur does right before he died. Yeah, he's doing a lot of king stuff. He was the king who bore the sword.
That's well established by now. Others named him Daeron Falseborn, repeating the calumny that Aegon the Unworthy himself was said to have circulated in the last years of his reign, that he had been sired not by the king but by his brother, the Dragon Knight. In this manner, did the first So this is kind of like the Lannisters putting out that that Stannis' child was fathered by Patchface. In this manner, except this one might be true, but it's still like putting out a calumny and sort of help launch a rebellion. In this manner did the first Blackfyre Rebellion begin in 196, reversing the colors of the Targaryens. Tim, stand up. Traditional Targaryen arms to show a black dragon on a red field, the rebels declared for Princess Dana's bastard son, Daemon Blackfyre, first of his name, proclaiming him to be the eldest true son of King Aegon IV and his half-brother Daeron the Bastard. Subsequently, many battles were fought between the black and the red dragons in the Vale, the Westerlands, the Riverlands, and elsewhere. It ended at Redgrass Field. Some have written of the boldness of the man who fought with Daemon, and others of their treason, the men. But for all their valor in the field and their enmity against Daeron, theirs was a lost cause. Daemon and his eldest sons, Aegon and Aemond, were brought down beneath withering fall of arrows sent by Brynden Rivers and his private guards, the Raven's Teeth. This was followed by Bittersteel's mad charge, with Blackfyre in hand as he attempted to rally Daemon's forces. Meeting with Bloodraven in the midst of the charge, a mighty duel ensued, which left Bloodraven blinded in one eye and sent Bittersteel fleeing. That's another one where it's like George will write that one day, maybe.
Yeah, this is probably going to be an Elric and Yyrkoon thing because Bittersteel's has Blackfyre after Daemon falls. If Bloodraven has Dark Sister, then this would be Stormbringer and Mournblade, right? Are those the two?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, this is totally Elric and Yyrkoon.
The battle came to an end when Baelor Breakspear appeared with a host of Stormlords and Dornishmen, falling on the rebel rear, while the young Prince Maekar rallied what remained of Lord Aron's van and made an implacable anvil against which the rebels were hammered and destroyed. 10,000 men had died for Daemon Blackfyre's vanity, and many more were... so Baelor is the hammer. So going back to the Hedge Knight symbolism, Daeron's dream, the dragon falls on Dunk. That's a hammer of the waters pulled down by the tree. So it mirrors Dunk with his wooden finger touching the dragon shield and all of Arion's dragon helm and pulling it down. And the Morning Star crashing down on Dunk. Here's the hammer dragon. There it is. Hammer of the waters, confirmed. It's a moon meteor. Been telling y'all for a while.
Oh, but yeah, Baelor Breakspear being
Baelor. Yeah, Baelor. More Sauron stuff, right.
He's a meteor symbol and a broken spear, of course. We talk about Sun Spear
Mm-hmm.
as the comet and the meteor. Of course,
And
it's
Baylor
going to
was
be
Dornish. So
broken. When it hits the moon, it breaks and dies as well as killing the moon. So it's break spear. It's a classic comet symbol hitting this anvil, the moon, in order to make a bunch of meteor children. And there are all great symbolism surrounding this because that's what causes the long night, right? So we have a withering fall of arrows, which is a fall right before the winter that is the long night.
well, it's also we were talking about Baylor, the evil eye. His evil eye is a withering eye, like it causes drought and blight. The original symbol is like it's the dark side of the sun. It's the sun when it's too hot. The Egyptians talked about this too. So yeah, it's the blight eye, and so Baylor falling on Dunk is great symbolism. And here we have the hammer Baylor, and he is hammering the dragon. So good stuff. And I guess that's also Robert and Rhaegar hammer hitting the dragon again. Hugh the Hammer and his prophecy. Anyway, we got to finish the stream somehow. 10,000 men had died for Daemon Blackfyre's vanity. Not as many as died in Dorne for the young dragon's vanity, but that's okay. And many more were wounded and maimed. King Daeron's efforts at peace had been shattered, though through no fault of his own, save perhaps too much mercy for his envious half-brother. Go ahead, Tim, your turn.
In the aftermath, King Daeron showed a sternness that few expected. Many lords and knights who had supported the Black Dragon had lands and seats and privileges stripped from them and were forced to give over hostages. Daeron had trusted them, had done all he could to rule justly, and still they turned against him. Daemon Blackfyre's surviving sons fled to Tyrosh, their mother's home, and with them went Bittersteel. The realm would continue to be troubled by the claims of the Blackfyre pretenders for 4 more generations, until the last of the descendants of Daemon Blackfyre through the male line was sent to the grave. With his half-brothers dealt with and the strength of his sons and heirs supporting him, many thought that King Daeron had now ensured that the realm would be under Targaryen rule for centuries to come. Few could doubt that Baelor Breakspear would be a great king, for he was the heart of chivalry and the soul of wisdom, and came to serve his father most ably as hand. But no man can know the will of the gods.
Spoiler hedge night, go ahead.
Baelor Breakspear was cut down in his prime by his own brother Maekar at the tourney at Ashford in the year 209 AC. It was not in the tilt or the melee, but in a trial of 7, the first in a century, in which Baelor fought on behalf of a lowly hedge knight of
He said the thing. Go ahead.
A lowly hedge knight of no parentage of note.
That's right.
His death was a mishap, almost certainly, and it is written that Prince Maekar always bitterly regretted Baelor's passing and marked its anniversary every year. Yet Baelor died, and doubtless Maekar and the realm wondered if one hedge knight was worth the loss of the Prince of Dragonstone in the hand of the king. But then, they did not know how high that hedge knight would rise, though that is a different history.
That is cool that the Maesters here have an appreciation for like Dunk and how history refracts from this tourney here.
Baelor had sons, the young Prince Valar and Mataris, and so too did Maekar, and the king had 2 other sons besides, though the realm was less certain about Aerys, bookish and obsessed with arcane matters, and Rhaegal, a sweet boy touched by madness. But then the great spring sickness swept the 7 kingdoms, affecting all save the Vale and Dorne, where they closed the ports and mountain passes. Worst hit of all was King's Landing. The High Septon, the Seven's voice on earth, died, as did a third of the most devout, and nearly all the silent sisters in the city. Corpses were piled in the ruins of the Dragon Pit until they stood 10 feet high, and in the end, Bloodraven had the pyromancers burn the corpses where they lay. A quarter of the city went up in flames along with them, but there was nothing else to be done. Worse still, the sons of Baelor Breakspear were amongst those carried away, as was Daeron II, whom many called the Good. He had reigned for 25 years, and most of those years saw peace and plenty for the realm.
So there we go. We are up to the hedge night, definitely. So
we did it.
We did it, and it occurs to me that this sounds like Revelation here. This sounds like the Beast and the Antichrist. The High Septon, the Seven's voice on earth died, as did a third of the most devout, and nearly all the Silent Sisters. Like, there's a whole thing about the third of the stars and a third of this being put down because of the Beast, and I don't know, it just has those vibes to me.
Well, and Bloodraven's sigil is a white dragon, so we have a white dragon burning all these people. Yeah, it's we're definitely seeing shades of.
Yeah, it just sounds like the language of Revelation, just sort of poetically echoing here. Not a specific, theory, but it just sounds similar. Yeah. Revelation is crazy. If you read Revelation, it sounds like some myth. I mean, it all is. There's so much astronomy symbolism. It's like the whole thing. So it's pretty wild. Anyway, thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. This has been a good stream. We have taken people. I didn't know if we were going to make it. We did, though. We made it from Fire and Blood. Yeah, Dance of the Dragons, House of the Dragon, all the way up to Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Mm-hmm. So check out my Night of the Seven Kingdoms videos if you haven't seen them. Check out the Grey Waste Tim YouTube channel. It's called Grey Waste Tim. Sean's channel is called Hero with 1,000 Voices. Hero with 1,000 Voices. And you guys, I really do appreciate you giving our time. I know the audience appreciates y'all a lot. Me reading this by myself would not be anywhere near as entertaining as what we just did. It would have been shorter, but not nearly as entertaining. So appreciate y'all. Brought a lot to the stream today.
Thank you, sir. Always appreciate being on here.
Yep.
Just trying to voice the appreciation of the chat, because I always see it in the comments. I know you guys look at the comments and see some of it too, but that was good. That was a fun stream. So what do y'all got coming soon? I know you said you're just about done, Sean, with Dune. And what was it?
Yeah, so I had 2 videos that I did on Dune, one for Patreon with Greek mythology and one with Egyptian mythology, and that one's for YouTube. That's the one that's coming out soon. The Patreon video is already out. And then I'm going to be working on completely different subjects, which I'm not going to talk about at all yet.
Very cool. And Tim?
I'm probably gonna, for the rest of October, I'm thinking more streams. I got a PayPal requesting that I do Dagon, a live reading of Dagon from Lovecraft. So that's one I wouldn't mind doing. And then of course I gotta get back onto the Zothic Legend cycle. And once I finish those, then I want to start doing more not live readings. Live streams, more narrative recorded readings in the same vein as Horror Battle.
Well, and you did a stream yesterday, right?
Yeah, yesterday I did Abomination. We read The Outsider and The Thing on the Doorstep, but I also referenced quite a lot to Whisperer in Darkness and Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I talked about a lot of things in that stream. We went on for a good 3 hours.
Abomination.
Hagen's favorite word.
It's a good word. All right. Well, I will have a Cold Hands video coming out next, and it's going to be like 54 minutes. Cold Hands, Green Zombie Theory updated. It's full on. And I might have to take a nap or something after that. We'll see. All right.
That's a great video for spooky season.
I'm trying to do the spooky season thing. Exactly right.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Okay, guys. Love y'all. It's been a real old school 4-hour barn burner. All right. Appreciate y'all. Cheers.